I welcome you all to today's workshop, which is the main to our system development. I believe the workshop is going to be a basis for development, both the student, the lecturer, and the community of the day. I welcome you all to today's workshop. The principal officers here present, the dean of the faculty, the chairman of the deans, the director, all heads of the department that are here, the resource person is also going to anchor this program, the researchers, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this workshop, Artificial Intelligence on Research, Tools and Practical Application, being organized by the Directorate of Research, Publications and Innovation. We all live in the age of rapid technology advancement and artificial intelligence as a man, as one of the most transformative innovations of our time. AI is reshaping education, research, healthcare, business, agriculture, engineering, and governance. For institutions of higher learning, it presents opportunities to enhance teaching, learning, research, and innovation. Research remains a core mandate of tertiary institutions. Yet, researchers face challenges such as information overload, complex data analysis, increased demand of publication. Artificial intelligence offers practical solutions by assisting with referencing management, data analysis, academic writing, and collaboration. However, AI should be regarded as a tool that supports, not replace human intelligence. The responsibility of originalities, ethical judgment, and research integrity remain the researcher. I am particularly pleased that the workshop emphasized practical learning. The session is of prompt and conversational engineering and the ethical use of AI in literature review are highly relevant. And they will equip participants with the skills required to use AI effectively and responsibly in contemporary research development. I am confident that the knowledge gained today will strengthen your research capability and further sustain our students as a forward-looking center of excellence to engage actively, ask questions, maximize the opportunity this workshop provides. On this note, I wish to especially appreciate the research person for sharing valuable knowledge and expertise in talk. I also commend the Directorate of Research, Publications and Innovation for its partners and effort in organizing this valuable program. My sincere appreciation equally goes to all participants in their commitment to continuous learning and professional development. It is therefore my singular honor I'm privileged to formally declare this workshop on artificial intelligence in research, tool, and practical application officially open. I wish you all a productive and rewarding workshop. Thank you and God bless.
Of applause for the lecture. Out of his very busy and tight schedule, this is an academic event that the rector must attend, and that is what he said. Thank you very much, sir. Let me also quickly invite the hosts for a brief introductions of the resource testing and the workshop activities. The Director, Research, Publication and Innovation, Investor of Dr. Adil Lawson. Thank you very much, ma'am. My name is Dr. I want to thank the registrar and the college librarians, other members of the management for creating and leading environment for research and for their support too. Thank you very much, sir. And I also want to thank participants on ground and online for showing interest in this workshop. I said more about this, the theme of this workshop, and I'm just here to do it briefly because of our time. Number one, I want to jump to introduce the resource person. I'm seeing him for the first time today face to face, but I got to know him when the rector sent us to Abuja for this workshop of all directors of research and development in Nigeria from Polytechnics. And from there, I tested and thought profile, and I felt that we need to understand some things that we know and that we still doing. And I want to really thank him for coming. Briefly, I want to tell us about him. Dr. Ben Festus holds a PhD in physics, specializing in electronics, measurement, and instrumentation from the Federal University of Technology, Akure. He holds a postdoctoral fellowship from the Center for Nano Engineering and Advanced Materials, Department of Metallurgy, University of Johannesburg, South Africa. He serves as the Director of Research and Development at the Federal Polytechnic, Ede, Nigeria. The Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Science, Laboratory Technology, and the Institute of Policy Management and Development, and a member of both the Institute of Physics, London, and the Nigerian Institute of Physics. Dr. Ben is the founder of ColdTech, the world's first smart vaccine cooling device designed to support effective cold chain delivery in remote and off-grid environment. He's working at the Now, we have led several impact research and innovation projects, including AI-driven systems, AI traffic monitoring systems, adaptive assessment technologies, and the development of agro-waste-based materials for engineering and environmental application. He's a well-published researcher and reviewer of several top international journals with over 25 research articles and 5 chapters published in Scopus and Web of Science Index Outlet. His work has attracted over 300 citations with an H index of 10 and 10 index of 10, reflecting both productivity and growing research impact. Dr. Ben has successfully attracted competitive funding from major national institutional bodies, including the Nigerian Communication Commission, NCC. Sorry, I'm reading from my phone. ECOS UK, Global Exam Services South Africa, TechFund NRF, TechFund institutional-based research, and TechFund publication grants. Beyond his research, he is deeply committed to innovation development, capacity building, and strengthening industry-academia collaboration. His work continues to champion a shift from knowledge generation to solution-driven research that delivers measurable societal and economic impact, particularly within Africa. So everybody, all participants, meet Dr. Ben Festus. It's going to take us in this workshop. We are going to have 2 sessions, and we also have 2 sessions for questions and practical interactive sessions too. So we are going to have 4 sessions. The main sessions, we will deliver a workshop, and then we will interact, we'll ask questions. Please feel free. Students, are you here? If you are here, just wave your hands. Thank you for coming. Thank God you are around. So meet Dr. Ben Festus, and I want to believe that after this workshop, your whole life about research will change for good. You amen. So please be expectant, and please open up for learning and learn new things. I am here to learn, and I want to assure you that the first time I talked to him, if you look at the flyer and look at every other thing, including the certificates and everything about this workshop, it was done by AI. And I want to tell you that I think I'm one of the novice in AI, but he just gave me instruction. Do this, and I did it, and I was happy. And he said, you are trying. I did everything about the workshop was done by AI, except the people that are here. You are not AI. My lecture is not AI. So I want to thank you again for coming. After my presentation, we shall have a group photograph with the management. I want all students to please be seated. We want to request that we have a section after the whole program for everybody to take a photograph in different segments. But for now, the management and the directors, the HODs, and the workshop research committee should step out for a group photograph. Thank you very much.
Everybody? Yes.
So the staff and the director,
ẹ máa bọ̀ bí sápọ̀ kó ní ìdá ẹ wá kọ́kọ́ bá a ṣe ẹ fún ọ èyí tí ìlú bá tún ló máa bẹ̀. You want to participate, so management wants to participate, so we can so we can. That's about what's a ti pè wọ́n ti pẹ́ gan nígbà tó ti ń kó yẹn láti ní wọ́n ti mú sí. Because of the participants online, they won't hear. They won't hear. Some people are online. Not join online, don't hear. So many from all over Nigeria. Yes. AI is working. AI is working. When your mind it's fine. We are going to model the problem and then solve it. No, go to the book. Tell sorry, Dr. Base, Nigerian factor. My car. Thank you.
Just appreciating the management in the center and appreciation the mentor for the privilege to be in the institution. I also want to appreciate the dedication of the registrar, the boss present, and to all the rectors also present. As a department means to the students as well. I'm trying to be not too close to the sound so that I don't get echo. All right, so once again, I want to appreciate everyone for this opportunity. It's a privilege. My first time in SLK. I've heard so much about this SLK, but I've not had the privilege to be here. Even as a union leader, I've also not really one of the schools I didn't visit showing my tenure as the union leader was yesterday. But when it comes to the struggle at Southwest, we know SLK also contributes a lot. I want to use the opportunity to appeal to the management. I know SLK runs SLT programs, right? Your staffs are not our members professionally. And I want to use the opportunity to appeal to
the management response looking into that, because as staffs for S70 programs, it is required that you are a member of Nigerian Institute of Science, Laboratory and Technology. I'm currently the state chairman for our state. There is a lot of benefits it gets when you are a member of a professional country. It helps to build your career in long way. Before I start, also, I want to encourage the students here. Well, you see me, thank God for the citations Dr. Nebe read. It will interest you to know that my career currently is polytechnic based. I have my AD in the Federal Polytechnic there. I had my HND in Federal Polytechnic there, and I started my PhD down to my PhD level, and I've had several fellowships. In fact, I should have been out of the country right now, but for things I have to delay my travel till this. So that you are in SRK does not mean you have a big future. So that's one of the things you have to understand. I don't pursue PSC. For me, I don't think PSC is what I need right now. What we are talking about when it comes to education is the impact you want to make with the knowledge you have. And that's why I keep telling students everywhere, don't look down on where you find yourself. How much can you learn? How much can you contribute? We are looking for a situation where the next future will be transformed by students from the Polytechnic. And when it comes to industrial revolution, I've said it several times at several fora internationally, it is only the Polytechnic sector that can drive industrial revolution. The reason why Nigeria has no industry today is because the Polytechnics has not functioning. And that is what I personally seek to push out. It will be also interesting to know that I'm one of the youngest directors when it comes to Federal Polytechnic, because by virtue of rank, it should not be my turn. But the rector saw my productivity and said, let's give an opportunity. And that is one thing some of us don't take for granted. So don't look at the environment where you find yourself. Don't say, oh, I'm in a Polytechnic, I must be a BSc before I can do something fine. That is not correct. Where you find yourself, put in your best. Learn as much as you can. Attend workshops, whether paid or free. Just put in your best, and before you know it, you will find that you are also up there doing great things. So thank you for that. So quickly, let's go into the workshop proper. Permit me to start the recording because of those online. So this morning, we would be looking at a very interesting conversation. I always call it conversation, which is artificial intelligence in research, tools, and practical applications. Now, it will be interesting to know that for Africa, for the first industrial revolution, Africa was missing. In fact, Africa was it was our blood that drove the first industrial revolution. Because Africa were taken as slaves, sold to the whites to go and work in those farmlands. And along the line, the second industrial revolution happened, and it was the industries that came up. People started using machines to develop or to do jobs or things like that. And of course, there was a little ease on our blood because then slave trade was common. But when the machines started coming out, the slave trade had to relax a little. And by the third industrial revolution, Africa was still nowhere to be found. But one of the things we appreciate God for and thank ourselves for is the fourth industrial revolution, which is built on artificial intelligence and IoT. Africa is also taking a big voice in that place. When it comes to papers on artificial intelligence, Africa is already catching up. In fact, I would say we started artificial intelligence together. Though in Nigeria, the 4G drive has still not been as much as we expect. But when it comes to Africa, where I actually work extensively, they have been so good and so committed to what we call the fourth industrial revolution. So most of the papers we publish are actually trying to describe the fourth industrial revolution. And you cannot discuss fourth industrial revolution without discussing artificial intelligence. And of course, that is AI that we're talking about. Now, there's a lot of things we will discuss this morning before we go to the practical session to understand what AI basically is all about. And of course, if you and I will agree today, if AI has a place in academic or not, or if AI makes students lazy or not. Okay. Okay, so it's always important, I'm an academic, so we don't want to assume everybody understands what you're saying. So we're trying to take it from the basics. Now, we need to understand the different categories of AI research tools. Now, before we talk about this, in the past, my senior colleagues are here. When we started research in the past, the first thing was library. You have to go and sit down in the library. In fact, I was in OAU on Monday at the Monetary Surface. And one of the prof was talking about how he published his thesis. I typed his thesis. You have to get a big typewriter. They have to type for you. And of course, there are mistakes. You have to go back. If I remember those days also, the UI used to have one big mainframe. It's only one computer to use. So if there's a mistake on your work, you have to join the queue. And then the computer was as big as this room because there were different tracks that was actually doing different things before we went to issue of financial systems, where we now have smartphones and stuff like that. Now, but when it comes to research, the traditional way of research then was you go to the library, you sit down in the library. In fact, I remember those days when you get to the library, you look for a textbook or a book that contains what you want. And because you don't want somebody else to take that book, you will go and hide that book somewhere else. Or you will take it away from the shelf. Because you know that by the time you come back the following day, you will not see that book. So you will look for ways to go and hide that book where nobody will see it. And some people can be so funny, they will even tear sections of those books and take it away. So you are really like a book that is not, that was telling you how scarce information was. And of course, that information was very essential. So, but again, it was very tedious. It was very challenging. And after a while, in 2000, Google came. And when Google came, people were like, Google wants to take over research. It's not possible. In fact, we had this debate also then when Google started. People were like, no, if you're doing Google search engine, you don't know how to do research. So there were those that were supporting Google. There were those that want to stick with the old library way of doing research because they felt that was what they come to know and that's what they appreciate. So the challenge continued, discussion continued. And of course, with Google, the difference is the same information that you will check on the library. You can check on the system in the comfort of your home at ease of speed. But however, the challenge with Google is what we call the search engine optimizations. Now, businesses, because when it comes to the internet space or the web space, it is not only meant for academia. We also have business people that also want to make money from it. We have also private investors. A lot of people are using the same web for different purposes. So it has to come to what we call search engine optimization. And that's what we call keywords. So when you go to Google to search for information, they tell you what we call keywords. You want to look a keyword, type a keyword, and the kind of keyword you type determines the kind of information you get. However, for academia, there was a challenge in the sense that when you type your topic or your title there, it returns what you call irrelevant web links. Because the first 10 web links are those that have been designed by web experts that must contain some particular what we call SEO keywords. So once those keywords are there, those first 10 are the ones that you see. It's not as if the library, the internet does not contain what you want, but the keyword you are using is not giving you the right information that you want to see. So you conclude to say, I've been to the library, to the website, to the web, I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. And I tell my students, how do you go to the biggest library in the world and not see the information you are looking for? It's not possible. But because you have a search engine, there are returns like 1 million results. And of course, you can't check all the 1 million, it's not possible. After a while, Google listened to the voice of the academia, and it came up with what we call the Google Scholar. The Google Scholar was strictly for academia. That way, it takes away from the Google mainframe. Of course, you can still do some search on the main Google page, but if you are really serious about research articles, you go straight to Google Scholar. And of course, the first repository was born before Elsevier, Scopus, and Co. began to also take over the market. Now, but what happened after a while? You observe that when it comes to Google Scholar, it also returns thousands or millions of results. And what you are looking for is you are trying to synthesize knowledge. You are looking for a particular information. Now, you are faced with over 10,000 articles, and you don't know which one that you will have to read. In fact, those days, you have to print them out. You will print, and at the end of the day, after printing, after reading the article, you can only find one sentence that makes sense. All the other things you have printed does not make sense. So you waste your time, and that was why those years, PhDs in Nigeria was taking 6 years, 10 years, 8 years, because they could not have access to good information.
Now, so what happened now is we have some set of programmers that came together and said, okay, why don't we still address this further? Why don't we design a large language system that can be able to give you the information you want exactly the way you want it? And that is how AI was born. Of course, we are still in that same argument. Should I use AI? Should I not use AI? AI makes me lazy. AI does not make me lazy. If you're using AI, you are wrong. Now, that is the current argument we have found ourselves. So this morning, we will both agree at the end of the day, if AI in academia actually makes sense or it's the nonsense that we have to put aside. So for academia, for the research tools, we have the first one, academic search and evidence discovery. Now, the problem with this particular one is the fact that researchers often accidentally cite papers that are retracted, outdated metrics, or missed foundational literature. In fact, recently I submitted an article to one of these top journals, and the text editor rejected it, saying that I did not discuss the foundational papers. Thank you. He said I did not discuss the foundational papers. Now, there are millions of people that have worked on the study. So how do I know which are the foundational papers? But of course, recently, Scopus AI has developed that aspect, because with Scopus AI, you can see at a glance that these papers are the foundational papers when it comes to this topic. So with academic search and evidence discovery, we can address this particular problem. Because when it comes to research, you must understand the theory. You must understand the basis for that research. A research does not exist on the surface. It exists based on the foundation. Number two, deep reading and literature synthesis. Imagine you having a folder that has over 50 PDFs that you have not read. And in these days of time, how do you sit down to read 50 PDFs at a go? It's not possible. Because even one PDF, you can't finish it in a day. As you are reading, thank God, let's now assume you live in an area where there was no light, and you were reading, the light went off. Sometimes for some days, no light will even print. The cost of printing has even gone high. So there's this challenge when it comes to deep reading and literature synthesis. We also have what we call the general purpose and deep research assistance. And of course, in this case, we have people that assume that ChatGPT is just a basic chatbot, while they ignore the massive analytical power of newer open source and reasoning models. I'll discuss this as we continue later. And for the fourth one, when it comes to smart search and web verification, Google Scholar, like I mentioned before, restrict keyword matching. Search engines don't cross-reference hard evidence. And of course, for academic writing and workspace, the problem we have is that the high-impact journals reject papers due to bad English. In fact, before I check my Google Scholar page, I started publishing well about 3 years ago. Some years back, I was nowhere. Why? Because I carried the wrong knowledge. In fact, what I was taught then was if you are publishing articles, your citation should not be more than 5 or 10. If there are 5 or 10, it shows that that work is novel. I never knew I carried nonsense knowledge. So I was there in my ignorance, trying to say, okay, this work is novel. But when I started publishing high impact journals, they just keep throwing the work back at me. That in fact the comments were very terrible. And I was like, and after I've written the work, I'll be so happy to say, no, this is something, it's making sense. And the reviewer will just throw it back at you and say, we are written rubbish. Now, two things I was having issues with. One, grammar, bad English. Sometimes we think we know how to speak English, but when it comes to writing, they are two different things.
Yes.
So we write the way we speak. That is the challenge. And when it comes to research, you don't write the way we speak. And this is the secret the white guys have been holding on to for a long time. They have tools that assist them with those English languages. Well, do you know what they do with those tools? They sell them. And they have a system where the institutions subscribe to these tools for them. So the staff there use those tools for free because the institution has subscribed to them. But of course, in Nigeria, where we have to fund research ourselves, you have to use your own salary to publish research articles. Who will then give you the tools you are looking for? So at the end of the day, we send journals out, and of course, they get rejected on the international scale. Not because our research is poor, but because we have presented them in a bad way. So the last one category we have is language polishing and editing. And that's why today, if you are not using language editing tools, you are still already for research. So what are these tools? We have Paperpower, we have Grammarly, we will look at them as we continue. So let's start with the first two tools. The AIs that are currently taking the stage when it comes to academic search and evidence discovery through what we call the Scite AI. Scite AI, I use this guy very well, and of course we'll see them when we get into the practical demonstration. I've put the tag here. It's hybrid in the sense that it has a free version. It also has a paid version. Of course, the free version has some limited things you can do, while the paid version gives you more benefits. We have also the Research Rabbits. I'm sure some of us are seeing these tools for the first time. Because if you don't understand the category to which these AI tools belong to, you will find that you will still not be able to use AI. So you must understand that there are different tools for different tasks.
Yeah.
There in this workshop, I'm holding a mic, I'm holding a pen. There are two different things. But of course, and also there's a laptop before me, there is projector, there's the screen, there's the fan. Everything that you see here plays different role. We will not continue because the mic was not available. So to tell that the mic was also important. So if the light goes off now, we will still not. So you must know what to use per time for whatever study you are doing. And that is why at the end of the day, you will still come back to that same argument. Is AI really making us lazy? Or is AI very difficult to use? So we need to actually agree this morning on this subject. So you have the Research Rabbit. It's actually free. It can help you to find new evidence about citations. You can say, okay, what do you do? Just type a paragraph that you are thinking about and then look for studies that support these arguments. It will give you like 10, 20 studies that support whatever you were thinking. And that is what Google Scholar cannot do for you, which AI can do. Because AI has access to all these repositories. So if within few seconds, under few seconds, it scans all of them, brings out those repositories that actually make sense to what you're doing. And so, oh, this thing actually makes sense. We also have what we call commented papers, lit maps. All these four and more are actually used for academic search and evidence discovery. Now, discover relevant studies, citation relationships, and of course, scientific evidence. These tools will assist us in getting them. When it comes to deep reading, now research is about deep reading. And that is where as students, as lecturers, you need to understand that research is different from lecturing. When you lecture, you can just be take and go. But when it comes to research, because some of the times I get topics for research while I teach the students. Because you're teaching, you spend some time, some words will just come at you and you say, this thing makes sense. Can I investigate it further? And of course, to investigate further, it means you have to do a deep study. You have to go in depth to look at that work. What has others done about it? Because you know, when it comes to research, novelty is very key. When I review articles, the first thing I look for from the introduction is your novelty statements. Why is this research better? Why is this research novel? Why is this study new? Then what is the problem statement? And that's what I teach my students to do, to look out for. Look for problems. When it comes to research, researchers are problem lovers. We don't care about gossip, we care about problems. In fact, when we see people discussing problems, that is where we go and speak. Because from that problem, you can make money. Because for someone to be discussing the problem, it means they want a solution for that thing. So if you can develop a solution, it means you can also make money in that regard. So for this research, we use tools like NotebookLM. One of the trainings I organized in April, we used NotebookLM by Google, it's free. So each of these AIs you can learn them individually. But again, I will just show some of, because I won't take all of them, but some of them I will do at the back session. We have this policy. This one requires subscription. We have the Matter AI. of course, is also hybrid. And of course, this one's help us to transform hundreds of pages into actionable knowledge. With Notebook LM, I can upload those 50 PDFs at a go, and it will summarize everything for me. Because what I want is the summary. What is this story saying? Is there a connection? So instead of me reading 50 PDF, I can only read one page or 2 page summary that tells me what all of those 50 articles are doing. And that way, it saves my time and saves my money. For the general research assistants, that is where ChatGPT comes in. So when you want to do deep knowledge, you can see ChatGPT is not here for deep research. So you need ChatGPT for general research assistance. Cloud AI is currently competing. Gemini is there as well. DeepSeek is free. Of course, DeepSeek is owned by Chinese, right? Then you have Grok AI owned by Elon Musk. Of course, but for me, I still stick with this guy more. Of course, they can argue the same way, but again, as we continue the study, you will understand that it does not matter the tool you use, it's about how you use them. But for an AI person, we must pick one to start with. When you know how to use one, you can now begin to explore the different types. So for this one, it allows us to think, analyze, you can code with it, summarize, and of course, generate ideas. But one thing about this tool here is, as we'll see later, don't allow this guy to suggest things for you. You have to control this person. For this one, you are the one that feed it. Because one thing AI does is, if AI begins to suggest articles or information for you, it will hallucinate. As lecturers, the students write something they bring to you. There's a way you look at it and say, this is not making sense. But for the student, it makes sense. But you as lecturer, it's not making sense because there's something you know, the student does not know. Are we together? So that is the thing about this guy here. You don't allow them to control the discussion. You must know how to control them, and that's how we use them very well. For smart start and verification, perplexity is there, consensus is there, and this is hybrid is there. So you can verify claims and obtain evidence that back up whatever is it that you're doing. For academic writing and workspace, in fact, this guy is one of the top trending guys, Jenny AI, but of course, it's not free, it's subscription based. Jenny AI is one tool that you want to get as a researcher. Writesonic is also there. I've not used it much, but of course, both these tools help writers to overcome and of course accelerate manuscript preparation. Again, for language polishing, I use Grammarly. There's Writeful. I've used the Paperpad before, but I did not like it the way I like Grammarly. But of course, they both help to correct your language and of course make sure that your work, your paper can actually scale through the editorial text by the journal. So we have this important question. What is the future of research with AI? Why is AI changing academia? Number one, information explosion. Too much information, people say is dangerous. So because we have so many papers being published regularly, we have so many information being discovered every now and then, there's what we call information overload. So how then do you select the right information from these millions of information that you have? That is where your AI comes into play. Remember I said before, with Global Scholar, even when you type the title there, it will return millions of results. And you are still stuck. You say, okay, which one do I want to use? But with this person, it will give you at least the top 10 that makes sense, deep sense to whatever it is that you're doing. The speed of discovery is also very fast. Unlike the time you will spend going to the library, you can sit down in your house. In fact, you can even sit in the toilet and still get access to information very fast. Because one thing about research is when the ideas are coming to your mind, learn to use them immediately. If you don't use it immediately, you forget it. So that's why for me, when I go to the restroom, I go with my phone. I sit down there because sometimes I get good ideas while in the restroom. But I'm eating them, I'm taking note of them, or going to Google or going to my ChatGPT to discuss more about that particular idea. Then, of course, for global competition, researchers compete on a global stage. In fact, if not for AI, I won't be in your school today. Abi, it's because of AI, that's why I'm here. And it's because Dr. Mabel attended some of my programs online. That's why, in fact, when we went to Abuja, we never met. I didn't even see her because then I was busy with Innovate. So, but there were some programs I organized afterwards with some colleagues we discussed, and she joined and we shared them everywhere. That's why up to now, like you said, if you go online, a lot of people are online. In fact, this current discussion is being streamed on YouTube. So AI is actually making people more famous. AI is also putting money in food pockets. As researchers, you can also benefit from it. So there's global competition. And of course, when it comes to achieving very fast, you have to understand how to use AI. Data-driven research is also another reason why AI is changing academia. Today, you can analyze all manner of data without going to meet somebody in statistics department. In fact, I'm praying that in the next 5 years or 10 years, some courses might become obsolete because you can develop those things yourself. One of those things becoming obsolete right now is graphic design. Before, we do this kind of presentations with PowerPoint, but it will shock you to know that I did this with ChatGPT. So you don't even need to go and start learning PowerPoint. You can use ChatGPT to generate slides. Because for these slides, what I just do is I just type what I want to discuss here. And I said, okay, design this slide for me. And I can now export that same slide to PowerPoint. Are we together? So some courses are going to become very obsolete in the near future. And one of them is data analysis. Because anybody that knows how to use AI can become an expert in data analysis. You can know all the tools. Most of the things I know today, I did not learn them. I watched videos online. I sat down with my system, practiced them, and they stuck with me. Or that is something you go to school to learn. Somebody will sit down with you, teach you, show you, and you go back and replicate. So if I see a video that I can watch at my own spare time, and I still practice the same concept, and I get the same results, then of course, we are moving further. Because one of the challenges we have is, like I said, Nigerian scientists have good research data, but we don't know how to analyze them. We don't know how to discuss them. That is why when you go through high-in-depth journals, they will just send the paper away. Number 5, interdisciplinary research. Like you read, my PhD is in physics, but most of my research fellowship is in material science. Today, I work with people in civil engineering. I work with people in building because for material science, it cuts across virtually all fields. I work with chemists. Most of the grants I have won have been on material science. In fact, last 2 years, I won a British Council grant, estimated about £30,000 as a polytechnic lecturer, not over there. I was here when I applied for the grants. And I had to get colleagues from the computer department, and we came up with a system called mobile assessment device. Thank God this is your ICT room. I'm sure you write exams here. Federal Polytechnic was one of the first schools that started exams on mobile phones. We came up with that technology ourselves. And of course, we were funded by British Council to develop that technology. So you can collaborate. And of course, how can your collaboration move fast with AI? And lastly, grant and publication pressure. I've won NRM, I've won different grants. One of the things I do is when those calls come, I use AI to brainstorm. I use AI to see the big picture. And AI helps me to write so that when the funder reads my work, they will say, look, we must fund this particular one. Because AI helps you to see some of this. Most of the times, after going through some NRM funding, it's not as if you will see some topics that don't make sense to you. You say, my own is even better, and this one got funded. I thought they used to know people in NRM, they don't. But most people, Nigerian researchers, we don't follow instructions. When your word is more than the number of words they require, even no matter how beautiful your paper, your research is, they will drop it. because they have thousands of applications to attend to. So if yours does not follow the guideline extremely, you will be dropped. So it's not as if they don't like you, but it was you that did not prepare according to the guideline. So, but with AI, it helps me to know the guideline and said, okay, Ben, your work is going beyond the guideline. Let's stick to this. Let's look at it from this perspective. So what AI can and cannot do, it can cite literature, it can summarize documents, identify research gaps, generate ideas, assist coding and analysis, improve writing, create visuals, automate routine tasks. But it cannot replace scientific thinking. And the director says this in the opening address. It cannot replace creativity. It cannot design meaningful questions independently. It cannot guarantee accuracy. You know, they used to say that in Sierra Leone is written, you can work where is for and everything is free. Then they say you can, okay, freedom of speech is free, but whatever happens after you have said it, bear the consequences. Nobody said you should not say what you want to say. But after saying it and TSS come after you, you should know that it's your right that puts you where you find yourself. So it cannot guarantee accuracy. Don't say AI, he has told me it is this. No. That is what the things we want to learn this morning. It cannot replace expertise. It can't replace expertise. It can't. If you are not an expert in that field, you can't be an expert in that field. You need to make sure that, because sometimes when I do some collaborative research, I am forced to go into other fields. But there are some statements they say there that does not make sense to me. Why? Because I don't have the foundational knowledge. So what I just said myself is, when I'm working with somebody in civil engineering, for example, I only focus on those aspects that I do. I will tell the chemist, it's your job. I should not be the one helping you to draw molecular structure. It's not my concern. That is why you are there. So if I want to learn molecular structure, I want to learn biology, but it's not possible. Some experts are in that field. But the one that concerns me, give it to me. I'm an expert there. I can be able to interpret very well. It does not guarantee publication success. Oh, I did my work with AI. Therefore, no reviewer must reject it. In fact, they will throw it at your face. You cannot replace ethics. And one of the things we also discuss this morning is ethics when it comes to publication. It cannot conduct experiments autonomously. You must still go to the lab, mix those samples, wait for the results, and come back and say, okay, this is what I got after mixing sample, build your sample. AI will not do that for you. So how is AI moving across the research life cycle? Number one, it helps us to generate ideas. And this is one key area every researcher needs to dig into. 20 years before, some years back, I remember that was, I served in the honorary care for 6. And while I served as the copper, I won the state copper, the best copper award in that state. And one of the activities I did there was, I participated in, was immunization activity. As coppers, we just paid the small and we. So when there was this immunization activity, I said, okay, let's go, since I'm doing nothing. Now, on the journey, I observed one thing. Of course, all of us have seen people that come to our houses to give oral polio vaccines. They carry this ice pack. Now, that ice pack is supposed to preserve the vaccine bags for a temperature of between 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. But because Nigeria is a hot climate, and most of the times, there is no even light to even freeze those ice packs before they are placed there. They will just take them, drop them there. That is why you find that children who got immunization from measles still suffer from measles. Children who were immunized from OPV still suffer from OPV. Not because the OPVs were faulty, but because the OPV that was administered to them have lost their potency. So people just go to the field, carry the pack, and just go and start applying all manner of rubbish. Despite even when the temperature of the ice pack has gone out of the recommended range. Now that problem stuck with me for over 20 years. I had no way to solve that problem until AI came. So during the COVID era, when AI came, AI started building up. One of the first things I sat there was to look at these aspects to say, I have this problem I've been looking to solve. How do I solve it? And instantly it gave me the right solution. It suggested the right tools for me. And that was how I came up with the world's first smart cooling machine cooling device. Now that device alone has gotten me different connections. And I've been to different forums to present my innovation. And because that is what academic is all about. We are supposed to be solving problems and making money. And that is why I've argued several times, academic is not supposed to be a poor place. We are not poor people. In South Africa, where I do my postdoc, a professor earns about 50,000 rands after tax. 50,000 rand multiplied by 8. How much? Don't say, that's reality. How much? 50,000 times 80. Eh? That's millions. How much does a BCN? Hector is here. With due respect, sir. A professor, aside from that one, he has access to drive the latest car. Aside from that, he has what we call a research account, where you can use to bring in PhD students or postdoc students. A postdoc in South Africa earns nothing more than at the minimum 20,000 rand in a month. That is 1.6 million. Now, let's look at our salary in our mind and take how many. In fact, that's somebody's 6 months salary. That a student, not even a SF, that a student, a postdoc student, earns. So we are really suffering in Nigeria, sincerely. That is why a student can look at you and say, school is a scam. It is not. It is not actually. So these are things we need to know. When it comes to ideation, you want to understand the idea. You want to see the big picture behind the idea. AI can help you with that. Of course, after seeing the big picture, what has others done about it? Because you want to build novelty. You want to find the gap. So you have to look at who has also looked at this problem. Now you can build a research gap for method. For example, they use one method. That's all. I can use that method. So that new method you want to use become a novelty. You can say, okay, they mix A and B. They did not mix C. Or when they mix A and B, the timing difference, they did not study the effect of time. And by you studying the effect of time, you have done what is also novel. But that is why you find that when it comes to publication, your literature review must be very tight. You have to study extensively what has others done on this work. What materials did they use? What material do I want to use? How did they analyze their data? Oh, they use this particular, we had that British Council grant, and some of the colleagues I invited, I was asking to analyze data, and he was telling me, no, we will use a media mode. I said, are you number? How do I get a grant from British Council? And I will be reporting media mode. But that's what he knows. But there are several tools that can do better analysis. So I have to leave him and go to AI to get my literatures. So you have to look at other literatures. Okay, what tool did they use? How did they analyze their data? Then how can you also analyze your own? If all you know about data analysis here is Excel, you are not yet a researcher. If all you know about data analysis here is SPSS, you are not yet a researcher. There are some other tools that can assist when it comes to data analysis. And of course, from literature review, you will see some of these tools. Proposal drafting, you want to draft the proposal. Stop wasting your time. AI can assist you. Stop looking for your up and down. Sit down with that AI. Tell it your mind. Yeah? You know, when you go to prayer, you pray out your mind. That's what I do with AI, which we will see later. You discuss with AI. You interact, you tell it your mind until you get the kind of output you are looking for. Data analysis, I've discussed that. Writing, it will assist you. Publication, of course, after doing all of this 1 to 5, the next thing is to publish. And of course, the last thing is commercialization. This is where many research are stopped. Many research stop at publication. nobody is going to commercialize it. And that's why currently I'm pushing for commercialization. Most of my webinars talks about how to transform your research into commercial products. As lecturers, you are not supposed to be poor. I keep saying that. As lecturers, you are not supposed to be poor. That project you are giving to those students is your gateway to making money. Currently, I'm working on a research on how to transform this your laptop e-waste into solutions. So I'm developing a protocol. And in the midst of it, one of the things I'm doing right now, I am paid for a machine I'm fabricating locally at the cost of almost €1 million. By the time I'm done with the process now, I have a full chain to say, okay, all your e-waste products, bring them. I will help you process them into raw materials. I'm working with a chemist on how to see how we can extract laboratory salt from these e-wastes. That's the research. So I'm doing a research that I know can make me money. Even if I don't want to make money from it, I will sell that idea to somebody else, to another company, that I have the tools, the process. If you want to convert e-waste from step 1 to step the final step, come and pay for this too, and I'll be making my money. So you don't need to just sit down in a classroom just waiting for those projects. Don't give students projects that will not put money in your pocket. Stop wasting your time, because again, it's waste of your own time. Why will your student do a project that even you as the owner will not benefit from it? So you have to understand that what we have has the opportunity to bring money into our pockets through commercialization. I've heard so much about Moringa in the past. I started using Moringa some few weeks ago, and the results were amazing. And I told myself, people are not really talking about this benefit. A lot of people have studied on Moringa, but it's not there. Nobody is thinking about how do I convert, because the seed, I chew the seed, you know, the white part of the seed, and it works like magic. I used to have backache because I sit a lot. I've drank all manner of concussion. It was not working. But the first day I chewed just 2 seeds. Just 2 seeds. The thing disappeared. So that is prompting me to go back and look at what is in the seed. The drugs you are buying to drink, is that not what they are using? That's research. So if your job is you are in biology, this is what you drink. If it's only Moringa alone, you can sit up with. Somebody says anybody will fund me. That's not true. There are a lot of grants out there looking for people with ideas. There are a lot of money out there that when I applied to British Council grant, my colleague told me, Dr. Ben, there's nothing you want to do that the white man has not done before. Whoever thought that the white man can find mobile app exam meaningful? We all use CBT. But here we came and said we can do the same exam on your mobile phone. Somebody said, how do you check security? That is what we did. You cannot be able to even cheat. There's no you can cheat on the phone. We have so many things. In fact, we don't even need to know the questions. It is on the money. You come with your phone. It's not going to give you phone. You come with your own phone. So we don't need to, the school does not pay for generator. The school does not pay for bandwidth. The students come with everything. Just come, start the thing, download our app, start your exams. And when it's time, you submit, you are out. Go back to it. And that's what JAMB is trying to do now. So there is no bad idea. There's no look at this idea, it does not make sense. It does make sense. Just put it more effort into it. I don't want to spend too much time because we are still getting somewhere else. So what are the different stages of research? Number 1, planning. Every research starts with planning. Don't jump into research. You must plan. What do I want to do? How do I want to do it? And of course, the activities involved, you want to select a topic. And that's why you go to your supervisor and say, oh, guys, it's time for finance. You say, okay, go and bring topics. So you must select a topic. But of course, your topic must identify a problem. And that's what I teach my students. Don't bring a topic to say, okay, guy, I saw this topic. No. Look at your environment. Look in your household. What problem is happening in your community that you don't like? When I teach my students research, I tell them, and they come back. Some will tell me in my community, there is no light. That's a problem. In my community, we don't have good water. That's a problem. in my community, the water we drink is well water. Of course, the problem I'm looking for to solve that is what? A filtration system. So if I can develop a filtration system, of course, that community can actually buy into it. Oh, in my community, dogs used to bark at night. Somebody say, "How's that a problem?" Of course, a problem. You can research to it. Why is the dog barking at night? It's a question. There should be something the dog is saying you are not saying. So the problem, because when the students understand the problem, the research will be interesting. The reason why research becomes like punishment is because you have not really identified that problem. If the passion is for the problem, you will see it in you. It will wake you up in the night to say, no, there is a solution to this thing. I can look at it from there. Because every time you are talking, you are thinking, that problem is what is reflecting in your mind. But when you don't do research, when you don't understand the problem, the research becomes punishment. And of course, after getting the problem, look for the questions. What question do you want to answer? Of course, someone said there is no street light in my area. The question can be, why is there no street light in my area? What is the impact or the benefit of even having a street light in the first place? What will the street light do for you? What kind of street light do you want to have? Is it AC powered or solar powered? So these simple questions begin to come based on you identifying just one problem. And of course, from there, you can, because your research questions must equal to your objectives. If you have 4 research questions, each of those questions form one objective. So which means 4 research questions equals to 4 research objectives. And of course, then you can start doing literature mapping. What have people said about this? How can I approach this? Who do I meet? What materials do I need? How do I need to go? Do I still need other experts? What chemicals do I need to buy? What materials do I need to buy? Then of course, you can have come up with what? A proposal development. Are we together?
Yes.
Are we together? Right. So for AI support, so how does AI support these activities? Number 1, AI will help you see the big picture, and that is the idea generation. AI will help you see the magnitude of the problem. Last 3 weeks, I was in the office and a colleague called me, a very senior colleague, and said, "Dr. I've been trying to download some information online. I can't get them. I know if I come to you, I will get it." So he came to my office and he came and we sat down. Within 5 minutes, I gave him 20 articles related to what he's looking for. And how do I do that? Because I have tools. If you don't have tools, you will suffer. The difference between the rich man and the poor man is tools. It's not money. That's where we make the mistake. What differentiates a poor man and a rich man is not the money. The rich man does not work as hard as the poor man. The rich man uses the poor men around him to build his wealth. Tools. If you don't have tools, you will struggle. And that is what I have learned. If I tell you how much I pay every month on AI tools, about some years back, I used to be among those that would say, what do I have to do data for? Data of 100 naira per month. You're not a researcher. I understand you don't have money, but again, you commit yourself to this. I'm telling you, you will get your money back. It's not MMM. If you commit yourself into quality research, you will get your money. You will get. It's not an investment that is a waste. It's not. It's not. Especially when your research is solving problems. When your research is solving problems. When we won the NCC grant, that was my first time of applying for the NCC grant. It was to develop artificial intelligence, artificial traffic system. And I remember when we went to pay a positive visit to the governor, the commissioner in terms of road and transport. In fact, after presenting our solution, the man said to us that we are currently constructing so many houses and bridges and roads in the ocean. Come and mount them here. I said, "Okay, I can't mount it like that." This project is funded by NCC. Let me deliver to them first. Then we can talk on how much you want to pay for us to mount this. You cannot invest in AI tools and regret it. It's not possible. Number 7, gap identification, generate idea, identify the gap, literature search, concept mapping, And of course, these are areas where AI can assist you with. Now, for conducting the research, because it's not enough for you to plan the research, you must carry it out. So for conducting the research, AI can still also play a key role. For the activities for research conducting, you want to develop your methodology that you want to use. Of course, you must have gotten them from your literature and see how to relate them together. You want to collect data. See, the reason why we have challenges is most of the times people start research from here. So when it's time to report the research, you find that there's a problem. There was a research I did with some colleagues, where 4 from different departments, 1 from chemistry, biochemistry, and biology. We were trying to look at site remediation. So I assumed the chemist experts understand how to mix the salts to be able to, so that the plants can uptake them. Because my part was to see how to measure the conductivity from the soil. Now, the students carried out the research because we used to use their research because we have to train them alongside. By the time they brought the data for me to write, I went back to literature because whatever results you were getting, you have to go back to literature and say, does it agree with what Mr. A found? Or does it disagree? If your findings agree, you are safe. That okay, Mr. A, Mr. B also used this in their project. We did our own embedded, we got the same results. That will fly. But when the result they brought for me showed that none of the plants could remediate a single metal. And I went to literature and I have over 100 articles that says their own plants. How do I defend that? That showed that I told them, I said, this is why? Because they did not pay attention here very well. So the methodology they designed was very poor. Unfortunately, again, but not unfortunately, fortunately, we got the grant from NRM to look at that research again. And this time around, we are doing it well. So when it comes to data cleaning, statistical analysis, coding, these are the things you need to do. So for support, AI can assist you with your survey design. And that's where if you don't know how to use Google Form, there's a problem. These days, nobody has the time to start distributing manual questionnaires. In fact, I had a phone with some of my colleagues some years back, and we were fighting over the data. And the person said, it's my data, therefore I said, okay, don't worry, keep your data. And I went on Google Form, developed my own questions, and I sent it out. In 2 days, I got 1,500 responses. In 2 days, and how do I do it? When you want to administer questionnaire, don't administer questionnaire on open platforms. Send it to people individually. You have them on your WhatsApp, you have them on your contact, use them. In fact, on my WhatsApp platform, all the staff members that were there got a, because when somebody sees it in his personal inbox, he feels committed to it because you are sending it to him personally. You are not trading on the open market. Because in general, people don't check their WhatsApp until maybe 5 days, 10 days. Many other messages might have overshadowed that. But when you send it to them personally, and you also make people, okay, you, please, let me send it to you. If all my students were forced to be there, I send it to them also. I can't be teaching you and I need data, you can't give me data. What's the usefulness? So yeah, send it out. And in 2 days, I got one file. Now, how many questions? And do you know the critical thing? You don't need to start imputing the results manually if you are using questionnaire. With the Google Form, it gives you the Excel version. And you can start your analysis immediately. You can see a picture of how many people that answered one particular question or the other. So, when it comes to survey design, AI is playing a key role. Instrument development, coding assistance. In fact, these days, you don't need to go and learn. Like I said, one of the courses that will become obsolete very soon is computer science. With due respect, I design website, I code more than those in computer science. In fact, the first time when I was getting a job back in Federal Play, the director personally invited me to develop a mascot animation for the school. And one of the coaches was telling me that, but you study physics now, how is it that you know how to do animations? I just laughed. I said, well, for me, computer is an hobby. And most of the money I make, I've made as a student, has been from computing. I see people doing Yahoo. Even when the people come to Yahoo and the students come to, I see some students thinking they are doing Yahoo and they are making money. They are just wasting their time because Yahoo money will not last. But we're talking about wealth that will actually last. I've built my wealth steadily and gradually. And as you are building your wealth, you are building knowledge. So sometimes when people come with hacking tendencies, and I tell them, if you want to hack somebody, it's not somebody like me you want to hack. Because I'm also a trained certified ethical hacker. So when it comes to knowledge on coding, you can design websites. You can start mobile applications by yourself. There are AI tools that will assist you. What are they teaching computer science? In fact, these days, if my car is faulty and I want to check what is wrong with it, I will just go to my AI. I'm driving on the pilot this year. This is the problem. It will tell me the likely causes. So I will try step 1, step 2. I say it's not working. Okay, try another method. Is that not the same thing the mechanic is doing? In fact, these electricians are using what we call kits. They will plug into your car to get information on what is. So you can even buy the kit yourself. Plug. In fact, my wires know. Once they want to work for me, they will say, "Okay, you can't be here." I say, "Why? It's my car now." Because you just do it in my presence once, forget the rest. It is not to train you. Because of you that now you coming to your shop every day, it's not possible. I even have to bypass the things myself and plug it in. So it actually plays a lot of role when it comes to coding. A lot of coding going on these days. You can learn coding easily with AI. Data analysis, I've talked about that. Visualization, graphs, charts. You want to present your result in such a way that it makes sense. Somebody can understand the percentages. Somebody can understand, see the visuals. AI can actually do that for you. And the first stage of research is reporting the research. There is no reason why you have done the research without reporting it. How do you write your thesis? At this point, you want to publish in journals. You want to interpret your results. You want to even present the results. At the end of this workshop, I'm expecting that the students here and the senior lecturers here will be able to present PowerPoints like this. It's not called PowerPoint and PowerWord. Yeah? PowerWord is not just don't do what there. And they are just reading ahead. This is points. You can see them points, point 1, point 2. That's why we call it points. And of course, you use graphics like this. You know, I did this in less than 3 hours. Because at every stage, I was praying what I want. This is not what I want. This is what I should look like. No. This is what I'm looking at. As I'm designing, I'm brainstorming. I'm doing more research to say, okay, what is it I really want to communicate? So AI can support you with writing. It can help you to do language editing. It can give you figure generation. It can present your idea through PowerPoint. It can also help you to develop reference management. And that's one of the tools we share, Mendeley. Then what are the stages of publishing? The stage 4, publishing and impact. After reporting the research you want to publish, and of course, gain visibility from it. So AI can help you to select the right journals. It can help you with the peer. In fact, can I tell you, when I send out my research papers for to the journals, and after peer review, they send back to say, okay, reviewers' comments. I use AI to answer the reviewers' comments. I will pick comment 1. That's why I'm not. In fact, there are some comments that will come. There are some reviewers that will give me, but sometimes I mean 2 reviewers or 3 reviewers. One will give me like 20 review comments. That one you'll be scared. I don't get scared. I'll just leave it. But I have 2 review comments I'm not attending to. I just get them somewhere. When I'm ready, I will now pass it. What is this guy even saying? Pick the point 1, AI. Because when I was developing that paper, I worked with my AI. So he knows what we're discussing. So I look at the review, I said, this is what he's saying. Do you agree? In some cases, you say you agree. I said, I don't agree on this guy. I want a strong rebuttal. What this guy is saying does not make sense. I'm not agreeing. And it will give me a strong rebuttal. By the time I'm done with the reviewer, they will just tell you no further comments. You can go. So it's as if with the creative process. So that was because I've actually gotten the first time I was trying to struggle to publish, a reviewer gave me a comment. And he said so many things. I didn't agree with what he said. So I guess, okay, let me just take 1 or 2, 3 words. And the guy turned into, how do you call it? It became very hostile. And he sent back a lot of comments to say, why would I, out of all the comments he has sent, I only made 1 or 2 comments. He now began to publish and say all manner of comments, and of course, the editor had no choice but to reject my paper. So it means I did not pay attention to the response. So if you are going to argue with a reviewer, how do you argue? Argue with facts. So for those that do with that, I will now go and look for other articles that have been published that support my position. If articles have been published that support my position, your position does not example, because you also have to bring articles to show that what you're asking me to change conforms with the standard. I can't just change my work because you're asking me to change this. There must be arguments. So you can argue with your reviewer. You can, but the superior argument, because that's academia, the superior argument always wins. Superior argument with facts, not superior argument in terms of disrespect, with facts. And that's why when I'm responding to my reviewer's comments, I always feel we appreciate the reviewer for the time taken to look at these comments. We appreciate the reviewer for the comments they are making. However, we strongly object to this particular clause. Some reviewers can be nasty, that what you are doing does not make sense. In fact, if you have worked with some Indian reviewers, so AI can assist you with that. Visibility after doing your work, we are talking about citations now. AI assists, but people are doing citation, they use AI. So if you don't write your paper well, that AI see it and cite it, you might not get citation. Then of course, commercialization, AI can help you with this. Let me know about block this. So we come to prompt engineering. How do you interact with AI? I've said so much about what AI can do, how it can do it, and what it cannot do. So the next question is, how then do you interact with AI? Of course, the basic thing we do here is what we call prompt engineering. Remember I said for Google Search Engine, what do? We do keywords. When we're using library, what do we use? We use indexing or catalog. You go to the library, check the catalog to look for where the particular textbook is. So that's why you have to know cataloging and indexing when it comes to libraries and how to use library. In fact, there are some institutions that take how to use library as a purposing course. Because so that you don't go to the library and waste your time, you must know what you are looking for. But when search engine came, we went to keyword. We use keywords to look for particular information. But with AI, we do what we call prompt engineering. So this is what AI uses. And how does it work? You assign a role to the AI. You give it a task. Then you tell it the context in which you want that information. And of course, you tell it how you want your answers. And a simple example is here. Look at this. I, as a material scientist. So this is the role. I'm working on a research that has to do with materials. If you're working on biology, you can say act as a biologist. Act as an experienced reviewer. But sometimes when my students use my tools for their assignments, I will tell them, act as a primary 5 student, pupil, so that he knows the concept of who, because if you don't put this, the guy will generate rubbish for you. That's why we said you must control it. It's a robot. You are the one that will tell it what you want and how you want it. So you need to let it understand the role it's playing in terms of whatever research you are doing. So look at this. Act as a material scientist, full stop. It's very important. So this is punctuation because if you put command here, it can read self. So you know that act as a material scientist, that's the rule, it stays there. You go to the next one. Review the following abstracts. So in this case, you can attach those PDFs or put the abstract, copy it and say and put it there. So the task is to do what? To review. So it will not go beyond review. Don't explain, don't suggest, just review. So you must be, precise in your prompt, what you are saying, your command. Your command must be clear, not ambiguous. Review the following abstract, which means you are going to, sometimes you can say, review the following abstract below, or review the following abstract which has been attached. So you know that there's an attachment is going to check for those abstracts. Then identify what? Novelty gaps. And suggest 3 publishable research directions suitable for a Q1 journal. You don't need to learn this language. For me, using AI, I talk to AI the way I'm thinking about it. AI does not need you to be correct in English. It will correct English for you. Just tell it. You know, when you say, I don't know, there are some scriptures that with due respect to, I know we are different religions. There are some things of the scriptures that you read, that talks about you trying to connect to the supernatural. That's what like AI does. You pour your mind to something. There's something you are thinking about. You are not seeing way out. And you pour your mind to a machine. And it gives you an output. And you're like, wow, you mean this is possible? And it looks exactly like what you have been struggling with. So don't need to start learning. That's why when I see some videos online, follow me, I will send you some code. I will friend, hey, don't follow anybody. Write your own prompt the way you want to see it. Write what is in your mind as you are thinking it. Even if you don't know how to deliver, you know what? Hey, I even speak Yoruba. Yes. If you don't know how to write English, if English is your problem, that you cannot express your mind in English, type it in Yoruba, AI will understand it. In fact, it can even return the output back to you in Yoruba. Even if you want to put it in Igbo, it will do that for you. In Germany, it will bring it back for you. So it understands. So when it comes to AI, don't be shy. Nobody is looking at you, and just you and the AI. Type your nonsense there. And by the time the guy comes back with the result, this is what I'm thinking about. This is it, this is it. That's what you'll be saying. Sometimes I tell people, one of the things I always tell you, before you use AI, for those that are married, make sure there's no problem between you and your wife. Because AI can take the place of the wife. And women are prone to jealousy. They will say you are spending more time with computer. And my wife complains a lot, but I tell her, Madam, this is what gives us food. You, as a man, just pour your mind. Even if you have a marital issue, pour it in. The guy will still tell you solutions. Don't go to the bar and start drinking again. Sit down with the AI. Interact. That's the truth. Because when you go to the bar and drink, your boss will say, it will still come back and they are putting there waiting for you. Say, the people have gone out, come back and gas together. It does not solve the problem. So why not look for a system that solves the problem? You're going to meet friends. Friends will advise you based on the knowledge they have. But AI has more knowledge. It has more information. So who can give you more information? That is the AI. It's the AI. It will give you more information. And of course, by the time you start engaging with AI, I tell you, you will be so engrossed with it. You will be so devoted, and you will like, I've missed a lot. So for the guy I said, always prepare, because your partner will start feeling jealous that AI is taking his or her time. So, but again, as good as prompt engineering is, what's the problem with it? Look at this interaction. The human speaks to the AI gives the answer. This is basically what all of us do. And that's why we come back and say AI is not working. What do? We accept the first response. We copy and paste that response. We don't change anything or challenge the information AI is giving to us. We miss deeper insight. That's the challenge with students. You are asking, there's no crime in using AI. Don't even say that. We will discuss it. Whether there's a crime in it or not. But what we do basically with prompt engineering is you tell the AI what you want, the AI give you an answer. There's no way for you to validate the answer. That this thing this person is saying, does it make sense? Is it correct? You don't swallow everything AI gives to you just like that. You have to think like a researcher. So for this situation, you have open interaction, fast response generation. And some of us are so happy here. When you see the AI writing, say, it's writing. You are happy, it's writing. Even if it's writing rubbish, AI can write rubbish. One paragraph, one full page of rubbish, you can write it for you. So it often ends in the first answer. But when it comes to research, what are we trying to do? We want to ask why. The researcher wants to know why. A researcher wants to know how. A researcher wants to know what evidence supports what he's saying. He wants to know what assumptions were made. He wants to know what are the limitations of these things. He wants to know, he wants to compare those things with other alternatives. So you can see what a researcher is. You can see the communication here. He talks to the AI. AI talks back to it. He said, no. He talks to the AI, do this again. AI talks back to it. So there is a continuation. Here, it stops with the AI. Here, it stops with human. And of course, what is this thing? That's what we call about conversation engineering. Now, I have used AI several times, and this is the tool that works for me. I don't do prompting. I do conversation. I converse with my AI. And of course, when it comes to communication, I'm sure we have English experts, and they will tell you communication is when there's feedback.
Yeah.
Somebody talks to you, you interact back, you keep talking. That's what you get when you meet with your friends at the bar. You go there, you share your problems, they talk to you, you talk back to them, they talk back to you. It's not even the drink you are enjoying. It's the company that somebody can hear your problem. Somebody can tell you something. They can even share experience with you. The AI can do that. And how do you do that? You have to go to a conversation. You tell it, hey, this is what I'm thinking. It says this, you say, no, I don't agree with that. What if we look at it this way? AI will say, okay, fine, that is also possible. But these are the challenges. Even though it's simply the AI say, okay, it's fine. Say, no. There's there are no challenges if I go this way. It will tell you that definitely there are challenges. Okay, how do I overcome the challenges? These are method 1, method 2. So on one point, you can sit down with the AI and you are brainstorming. You are arguing. You are deciding. Oh, AI, I want to work on coconut shell. I don't know how to go about it. Tell me what you know. It tells me what is known. It goes about search for literatures. Come back. You go to this. Okay. From that, as you're reading, one thing will strike you. Say, okay, this one. Can you explain this more further? You are not copying and pasting because you have not gotten to what you want. You are still brainstorming. You are asking questions. It's responding. Sometimes if you bring some fact, you say, no, this is not correct. This is not correct. It will tell you apologies. But if you don't know if it's not correct, you copy and paste. So that is when you do conversation engineering. And of course, what do we do in this case? You generate the idea, you interrogate with the AI, and that's why, unlike the first one, this one is like a wheel. You know, that's why when you have a tire in the car, the wheel continues to rotate. Imagine if the wheel of the car is not a straight line. Accident will be, in fact, the car will never travel fast. So because it's a wheel, a circular motion, it's a discussion that does not end. It continues because different thoughts, different ideas, different information shape that discussion. Different information shape that output. I was preparing for a research grant with some collaborators. I was the one drafting. After I prepared the first file, I presented, and they clapped. They're like, wow, great. Now we started discussion. And they began to point out some flaws in my presentation. And I was writing them down. I wrote them down. If I want to say, Dr. Ben, don't be angry. I said, no, that's what academics are. If I'm sitting with people that are intellectual, I expect you to show me the flaw. Don't tell me that, don't praise me. Show me the mistake in what I've written. And I went back to my AI and said, that thing we presented, these and these are what my colleagues are saying. He said, wow. In fact, the AI that came up with another dimension again. He said, they are making sense. It now began to show me some things we did not see before. I want to get that. So it's not just garbage in, garbage out. That's computer. AI is not garbage in, garbage out. AI is conversation. You want to come out with something that makes sense, not garbage. Nobody's interested in garbage. So you generate, interrogate, refine, verify, and of course you want to own the pattern because somebody must take ownership of whatever AI is generating. AI is not an author. It cannot be used as added as an author. It is you that must accept whatever the AI is doing. So conversation engineering is the next revolution when it comes to working with AI. My time is a bit fast spent, so because we're still doing something else. So why is conversation engineering better for research? Of course, let's look at it. For the prompt engineering, you generate answer. But for the conversation, you develop understanding. And that's what is key. You want to understand that thing. You want to understand. AI helps you to understand what we are actually talking about. Number two, often one shot, this one iterative. Iterative in the sense that you can query that thing again and say, I don't agree with this. Look for another solution. Or this is what I'm thinking about. It focuses on output. This one focuses on what? Reasoning. So the quality of information you get from your ChatGPT is a product of your reasoning. It's not the AI that you blame now, it's your reasoning. How are you reasoning? How are you looking at that problem? If you are looking at the problem as just surface things, you will not get. But if you are looking at it as a deeper problem, the guy will go deeper for you and help you bring out the deeper part of that particular problem. It can encourage, this one encourage copy and paste. This one encourages ownership. I can't copy and paste. I want to own this thing. So whatever you are giving to me must be something that belongs to me. This one is limited in validation. This one has beauty investigation because you can use other articles to check and say, okay, this thing doesn't make sense. Show me articles that support this thing before you tell me to accept it. And lastly, this is for a passive user. Yesterday I was teaching my son passive and active sentences. And I also have to learn. But after teaching him, I said, okay, go and write your way. When he finished writing that, we're now going to the AI, now type the thing. And the ones he got, he marked it. And he got some of them. And he missed some, the AI just, no, that's the thing. Understanding passive. With passive, there is no subjects. The objects and the verb is what you are looking for. But for active, it tells you who is doing the work, who is the subject of that particular sentence. So that is there. And of course, what do we benefit as researchers? Reduction in hallucination, improvement in accuracy, encourages critical thinking, producing higher quality outputs, maintaining research ownership, mirrors the scientific method. So now we come to this question. So let's start with the students. So based on my, okay, the debate now, have I been able to confuse you or convince you? So let's ask, is AI making students lazy? Just one or two people to respond from the audience. So far, what do you think? Is AI making students lazy? Okay. Are you a student? Let's ask you. I'm a lecturer. Okay, I work. Yeah. You think you think AI makes students lazy?
No. If you are working on the AI, doesn't need to use because you give one thing by using AI. It doesn't need to use that too.
Okay, agree with that. Look at the place. Did that get okay, it's actually so everybody's like allow students to get more knowledge. All right. All right, so that's as well. If you use of AI and academic misconduct, because this current happening globally, it's simply AI dominant academic. It is used without the high development details, commission, but by that time the commission after them some other things. Then
Chimo, I'll be sorry for this.
Hola, gracias, Chimo. Yo te lo arreglo. Tú lo haces nada. Can allow the management that are still to continue the activities. So the question here is, okay, GBC want to say something.
Thank you, sir. Okay. There's still that the use of the AI research is right data, but I'm worried. Can the use of the AI not generate problems because
Okay.
How can we expect that?
Okay. All right, so we'll answer them together. So one of the things we need to understand is to understand what actually is an academic misconduct. And when you fabricate data, that's the misconduct. AI can fabricate data. So when you fabricate data with AI, it's a misconduct. When you use references that are not correct. In fact, I had one of my colleagues from that his paper was retracted, and my prof was very angry. And there were 10 references. The article was retracted because of references. There were 10 references in the article that had no business with the article. And the authors could not explain to the editor why the book was published already. It was someone that was reading manuscripts that now flagged it, that these 10 citations does not have anything to do. In fact, we have profs, top profs globally, that resigned their job, that lost their job because of references. They still published the work with their name on it, and they found that the references were not correct. He has to take ownership. It's there that we take politics. You go and meet you call politics for the APC, PDP, and come and settle it. Abroad is your integrity, because I have said it before, AI is not an author. You must own whatever information is given to you. Submitting unchecked AI content. When you claim AI output as original work, when you manipulate findings, when you replace intellectual contributions, all these are academic misconducts. So as researchers, you must be cautious. Verify your citations, cross-check your facts, review your interpretations, check the journal policies. In fact, journals these days tell you, if you use AI, state it is allowed. Tell us I use AI. how did you use it, and what did you use it for? So there's what we call AI declarative statements. That's why I said it at the time for as institutions, we need to develop, the academic body to develop what we call a policy on AI use. We can't leave it open. We have to agree. Are we looking at 50% AI use? Are we looking at 10% AI use? The academic board of every school must sit down on this matter and agree. Because AI has come to say, you can, and somebody said a good point there. Imagine me, I use AI to generate a data, or sorry, a work. One AI tells me that my work has 80% AI generation. Another AI says, pay me, I will humanize for you. And you move, is that not business? That's business. So there is all this AI, like AI index is fake, it's business for somebody. Why would AI give me information? Another AI tells me, bring that same information, I will help you change it to human. So verify your reference. So we need to actually, that's why journals these days don't reject AI. You know, it's not that business. From the when you write the article, they will look at it. If it makes sense or not. They judge article based on its merit. But if you use AI, there are some ways you will know if you use AI or not. And lastly, understand hallucinations. AI generates fake references. You have to be careful. AI generates fake references. When it gives you a reference, don't copy it like that. Go and click and check it. Make sure the title you saw in the AI and the title is opening for you are the same. If the titles are not the same, it's fake. That is why you must do Google. AI, as I said, AI is, that's why I said that AI, to use AI is not easy.
It's not for lazy.
AI is not for lazy people, thank you. So use AI is not easy because you must cross-check what that guy is doing. And of course, sometimes, in fact, one of my students, master students when I was in South Africa, generated the paper and he put my prof's name, 5 articles that my prof never wrote. Unfortunately, I missed it. And my brother had to call me. He said, Dr. Ben, what happened? These 5 articles, when did I write them? How come I'm not aware? And I said, I don't understand. And we went to check. The guy used AI to get it. So because the AI told, okay, he has put the prof name, so he just gave the prof some new articles. And the guy just dumped it there for us. Yeah? So those references you find, them are fake. They are fake. So we need to be conscious. Of course, in Nigeria, we are not paying clear attention to them, but if you are going global, there are tools that will check this. So, in fact, when somebody writes with me, I asked, in fact, somebody is collaborating with me for India. I told them, send me the DOI of your references. He wrote the references, there was no DOI. I said, send me the DOI. It's not me that will put in trouble. Send me the DOI. Let me check those references that you have used to be sure they exist. So it can also be established by the AI can sound confident and still be wrong. You have people like that. Somebody can argue on wrong thing and they will be confident. In fact, they will confuse you. They are saying rubbish, but they are saying it with authority. That's AI. So you can sound confident and still be wrong. So please let me verify your workflow and ensure that you are responsible for whatever you are getting. So the next thing after this is to demonstrate all of this practically. So our practical class will be for research ideas. I will show us how to use ChatGPT to generate research ideas. I will show us how to do literature review with AI. I'm going to use Google AI and some of these tools. I will show us how to plan with these tools. I will also show us experiments. That's the old job. I'm sure from the planning you can go and conduct an experiment. But of course, we will prepare the report. So what we'll do is the WhatsApp platform will belong to. We'll share the codes. Whatever code I'm using, you can always drop those same prompts into your work and see the kind of result you get. All right, so thank you for your time. I'm going to keep next time. Before we disclose. All right.
What? Thank you very much. As we approach the practical section of this all-important workshop, let us appreciate the doctor once again for putting us through all that we have been able to learn now. Let me also quickly say that without a problem,
there wouldn't have been a need for research. And coming down to the students' level, you are researching for the future. And of course, every individual here has a reason for being here. And he said, when you spoke about the titles would have to do with closing of a gap. There's always an open gap that individuals can fill. That is why most times I tell my project students, you do not need to go to heaven to get a topic or a title. The titles are all around us. All you need to do is to build on that which has been in existence. And he also spoke about, having to achieve. And I said, yes, we don't have business people as lecturers. I smiled while I was sitting. And one thing I expected that he would have said was to say that with connections, no matter your level of ideas, if you don't have the right people that will push you up, you remain at the same stage. Our guys travel to South Africa and other places, but I want to say that it's because he has contacts. No matter how beautiful one is, no matter how intelligent one is connections to make things work. At this point, let me invite the Dean of FCIT in the person of Dr. Odeni Olufemi to present a certificate to their presenter. Let me also recognize the fact that we have directors here and we have HODs. And I say greatest Nigerian students. The student union president, I can see you very clearly to grace. Thank you for the mobilization and thank you all for being a part of this big program. I am, as the Dr. Femi Odeni makes his way here, I want the presenter to stand up and receive the certificate of presentation. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Femi.
Yes, I've met Dr. Ben virtually. Why? I'm out. Sometimes I was contacted by a friend for MBT Sasa Tools. He needs somebody that came from acquisition exercise. And through a friend, I was able to contact him. He said the same. But the friend told me that it's not yet to use it. So he sent me a message after some days and he said, don't worry, I've submitted your CV. So we rest assured that soon, contact from acquisition exercise. He has come or something that we have. You can see them. So you are welcome. So on behalf of the management and staffs and students of the social considerations of it, especially the students of the research application and innovation, want to appreciate you for exposing us to this deep knowledge of the groups of artificial intelligence and research. Some of us also have some fundamental knowledge, but you have at least increased the depth to a better way that will benefit all society at large. But then you cannot move away from Ostoten. We have come.
You are part of both.
And after that, you can see some of the staffs getting across to you for one thing or the other, either for collaborations and the like, especially on research, granting grants and the rest. But you know that we have some level of understanding is you guys. So thank you very, very much.
Yeah, and the protocol, and the photographer, and everything.
You be worried, man.
You are
Ghanaian.
all the work.
So thank you very much. Possibly, I'll get across to the data.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I know.
That's crazy.
It's fine. It's fine.
So we want to proceed.
I've gone with him.
For Festus,
Especially a businessman.
it's good to go.
For the practical.
Yes.
Is the audience ready?
If
The audience.
the audience are ready, of course, we are ever ready.
Please. Okay, maybe after the program.
When ChatGPT.
No, I'm coming.
Now, after the practical session, there will be interactive and answer. So during the practical session, the refreshments would be going round. But I want us to comport ourselves, not to, use that as a way of disrupting the activities here, when things like this happen, most times I prefer that we round up the program before, but I know every student, they are HND2, we already graduated, you are on the streets already looking for job. And I pray that you all get work as soon as possible. And so we should all handle things in a very, very mature way. As I invite Dr. Ben Festus for the practical session from prompting engineering to conversational engineering, a new paradigm shift for research innovation. Shift is not there, we may have that. No, that's this come. Practical session, yeah.
We have to take it up. We are looking at interactive session of questions and answers. That's the practical aspect of it.
Okay.
That's where we are now. What he has taught us, he wants to show
Education, yeah, to writing education. Yeah, it's also to.
So that's going to be after this session. We are here now, interactive, where he will start using
Demonstrating.
demonstration.
Okay. So while that continues, refreshments, please let this also be. Let it go pari passu. As I invite, if our doctor is not tired, I know he's not tired. He's not tired, and he will not be tired. Let me invite you to take over the microphone as we go to the interactive section.
Same time.
Well, thank you, colleagues, both online and offline as well. So at this point, we want to go into the practical section of these interaction. I understand we promised to make it practical. So I'm going to be using different tools, and I want us to work together to achieve them. Remember from our first study, we talked about, if we look at the former slide we had, we talked about, we're going to start with idea generation, where we try to look at what the problem is. I just want to, okay. For the practical flow, I initially said we were going to look at them from this perspective. I want to drag this guy to, sorry. Okay. So we talked about starting with ideas. So I'm assuming like Dr. Odeyemi said, some people already have good knowledge. Some people are basic. Let's just start from an idea. So at this point, I'm going to ask somebody from the audience to give us a research idea we're working with. Somebody or one of you people should suggest. So if you have a research idea you're looking at, you can raise your hand so that we can start from there. One problem, students, your Panaya projects, you are allowed. Just the staff, anybody, we are all not staff. Staff can also contribute. So anybody has the floor. So let's start with this, the research ideas.
Everyone can come up with the people that talk with your mouth right now. Or you are already talking. Get your book, get your copy, mention it, let it give you an easy way to achieve it.
design and evaluation of a secure cluster to manage this goal should stay in place.
For managing student record.
Design and evaluation of a secure cluster for managing student record in the social of technology and sound.
Oh, okay. So let's have this. Yes. So let's have the second one.
A proposed
A proposed
RP building, right? No house name. L-O-W. Row. Okay, row. Row housing, yes. All right. Go on. In Osun State College of Technology, SRP.
Okay, so these are the two, suggestions we have. Design and evaluation of a secure cloud storage framework for managing student records in Osun State. Let's see that one. Design a proposed flow housing building in Osun State, College of Education, in the technology of technology, Osun State College of Technology. All right, so I'm sure we are on the platform, so I'll quickly raise a poll. Okay. Okay, so we all right, so let's go to the WhatsApp platform and quickly vote for the topic we want. Go to the WhatsApp platform, vote, and put the topic there. Please take a vote. The topic with the highest votes wins. open your WhatsApp platform. You know, I said we're going to be interacting with the WhatsApp. There's a WhatsApp that was created for this program. So let's vote so that we can start practicing democracy. At least the INEC here will not read your results. We will all see the results in the meantime. So while that is going on, we're going to start. Remember, I said we're going to start with the ChatGPT or the idea generation. So right now we have two topics or two topics that have been identified. So the first thing we need to do is to understand this topic. But that's the first thing about research. Generate an idea about this topic. Mostly for me, I prefer to even brainstorm on the suggestion before having a topic or a title that I will use. So this ChatGPT, which I know most of us are familiar with, ChatGPT actually has different, we have the free version. We also have the subscription-based version. The free version, like we know, for some of us, you can use it, but the challenge with it is the fact that you have limited access to some information. Or if you have, maybe you have 10 prompts per day. After that 10 prompts, you have to wait for some few hours or some few time before you can continue your work again. Now, for the free version also, it might not remember your previous discussions. And one of the advantages of AI is its ability to remember what you have been discussing over time. So when your AI does not remember your discussion, it means you are going to start afresh. And that is always worrisome. So that way, you find that today you get good results, tomorrow you get bad results. It's not as if the AI is not good, but every free thing comes with its own challenges. So there's the plus, which is what I use basically. I'm using this. I think I use this. I pay this every month. For some times before I started paying this, I was at a particular webinar like this, and somebody was teaching with ChatGPT, and he was doing a lot of stuff. He designed book cover, he did data analysis, he was doing mind mapping, and I was like, from the same ChatGPT, he said yes. I said that, is this free or paid? I was supposed to ask, and he's a white guy. He said that it's fake. And he told me, he said, tell me, if I could get a graphic designer, how much would I pay? If I'm to employ a data analyst, how much will I pay? You know, abroad, you pay per hour. If I'm to employ the service of a copy editor or a copywriter, how much will I pay? If I'm to employ this, it was just counting everything. And at the end of the day, I saw that it was making sense. Because if you understand what this tool can do for you, I'm a director, with due respect, without apologies, I don't have a secretary. I do my tasks myself. In fact, my secretary is this AI. If you look at my folders, you will see my different places, folders for each of my tasks. So after I have written what I want, I will tell it, prepare a memo for me. He sends it to me. I will go through what he has written, adjust it to my size, paste it in my Microsoft Word, I print it out. So my directorate runs virtually on my system. My system is on the cloud. So if I'm not, I need to access it, I can access it from cloud and continue working from there. So there is a lot of, I'm not marketing it, but I'm trying to make you understand that if you want serious research business, it will cost you money. So there are different packages available. There is the business ChatGPT and Codex. There is the ChatGPT Pro. So I think there used to be one for 7,000. I don't know if it's still there. There used to be one for 7,000. I don't know if it's still there. Okay, not sure. Well, if you check, there's one for 7,000, but of course, it also has its own limitations. This is what I get for the one I paid for. This one, if you are the type that does students alone, This one can also do something like that. There is this one that costs 144,900 per year, per month. We have some people that also try to sell ChatGPT licenses, 5,000, 10,000. The challenge with that is it's a shared account. Now, when it comes to ChatGPT, you will understand that all the things you work on are on this part. With the paid version, with the free version, you don't have access to projects. This project is not there. What you only have access is to resets. Now, with the project, it allows you to create folders that manages whatever work you're doing. And that is why for me, for every of my workflow, I have projects for whatever it is that I'm doing. And of course, this is my folder. I have an AI and air pollution research I'm doing. So I keep it here so that each time I want to continue that discussion, I can easily view it. So these are all the folders I have. So for this work, I'm going to start by creating a project folder. So I go for new project. So under new project, I will call this, let me say research training. So what I wanted to understand is, or what I wanted to learn from here is how I prompt my ChatGPT. Because like I said, how you prompt it determines what you get. So it has created a folder for me here. Oh, thank you, sir. This is the research training folder. So everything I'm going to discuss here for trainings are going to be in this place. I wish I actually have a mic stand so I can not hold the mic and still speak to it at the same time. All right, so so let me check the result of the poll. Okay, the first one won, design and evaluation of a secure cloud storage framework for managing students' record. So let's start. I'm working on a research project. Like I said, sometimes don't mind the typing, ChatGPT understands. Titled So I'm going to copy this prompt on the WhatsApp so that you can also place it inside your own. Are we together? Are you following? So just create a new blank space. So I've copied the prompt on the WhatsApp. So let me run my own prompt and see the results. All right, so it's telling me it's irrelevant. Remember, if you look at it, I've not really constrained anything. I've allowed it to think openly. I've not limited its thinking. I've not limited what it's doing. I just want it to understand or want to get its own perspective of this particular topic. So it says a relevant and practical research topic, especially as tertiary institutions are increasingly digitizing students' record. So I'm saying something here, tertiary institutions. So for me, as I'm reading, I'm taking notes. So this statement makes sense to me. I will copy it. I'm beginning to plan my research. So I like this statement. Tertiary institutions are increasingly digitizing student records. So it means there is something that if the ChatGPT believes that a lot of institutions are doing this, there must be a reason behind that. So we are still reading wide-facing challenges. Okay, so challenges exist. So I will note this somewhere else. the same. Sorry, please. I forgot I'm actually multitasking here. So this stage is called brainstorming. We are still trying to understand the problem. So proposed title, design and evaluation of a secure cloud storage framework for managing student records. So as a researcher, I'm seeing some keywords here. Is a secure cloud storage framework. That's one keyword I'm looking at. So it means my data has to be online. It has to have security to prevent unwanted access. So like I said, you must understand the work. So as students that is working on this, your first task is not just to tell me, look at the work, break it down, understand what is the main thing in this work. And of course, what I want to do with it, I want to manage student records. But I'm limiting my study location to SRK, Oskotech. So I've identified 3 things. Now look at what he's saying here. He said, I will recommend using secure. The student, our first topic said secured. Okay. Can they join the Google Sales platform?
Yeah, they.
Please, those of us who find visibility difficult, we can join through the view everything as services.
But again, let me find out, when you run the same code command on your phone, your own ChatGPT, is it giving something similar? Okay, yours is different. Okay. In terms of structure, in terms of, does it have this background? Okay. Is it just the screen, right? Okay. What about yours, madam? Abstract. Yours start with an abstract. Okay. Okay. So that's why one of the things you need to understand again here is why I'm saying this is when people tell you online, copy my prompt and use. There's no guarantee that you will get the same result you got. So the best thing is to understand how to generate the prompts and how to understand whatever information that is coming out from the prompts. So there's the background here. You can read about the background and see if it makes sense. It also talks about at Oskotech, efficient management of student record is essential for academic administration, decision making, and service delivery. It's actually giving a lot of information here. Now, this is where most students make mistake. Because it has written this for you, you quickly say, it's generating. Let me copy it.
At this stage, no copy. Don't even make mistakes or copy. Just read through what it is saying and understand. At this stage, you're trying to understand the work. You're trying to see the direction. You're trying to look at how to approach the work. So don't say because it has given me background. I've got 1 year. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, let me copy and paste. Statement. It has given me copy and paste. That's not what we do with research. But the statement of the problem is not the one. It is not the problem you are solving. Hello. So it is not in a position to tell the problem. It is you that knows the problem or the reason why your supervisor wants to work on that particular issue. Of course, whatever it has written here is a general view. The general view does not align to your own need. So that is where you have to take caution. For example, I said here, management of student records in many tertiary institutions continue to face numerous challenges, including data loss, unauthorized access, emissions, stuff like that. Existing storage systems may not provide sufficient security measures to protect sensitive student information from internal and external attacks. But again, now look at this last sentence. Consequently, there is a need to develop a secure cloud storage framework tailored to the specific requirement of Osun State College of Education and Technology (SRK) to ensure effective and secure management of students' records. This is general. This cannot be exactly what you are looking for. This is again, it has given, you can pick one or two from them if it makes sense, or you can discard them and get yours. These are the research questions that has developed. Remember I said your objective and research question must be the same. If you see this case, you have 6 objectives, 6 research questions. Each of the research questions answer one objective. So that is what you have. So it's very fine. Research hypothesis is also going further to help me develop research hypothesis. Because it does not understand what I want to do, it's just discussing in general. So you continue with the conceptual framework. The framework can integrate cloud computing, stuff like that. Possible technologies, HTML, backend, database, cloud platforms, security features, evaluation parameters, expected contributions. So now let's continue. What we have done first, so let's see what we have agreed first on. From what we have done so far, we are now understand what we are doing. So you will retain the topic the way it is. It has, of course, not secure to secure. I think it's fine. You can even suggest more topics. If you are okay with this, you can say you're okay, or you can again find the topic. But before you can find the topic, you need to understand what you want to do. So, where is the student that suggested this topic? All right, so we'll be discussing with you as we go on to provide the next prompting. Now, what prompted this? What are you hoping to do? What's the problem you observe that make you want to do this research? So currently, in Ospotech, SRK, student records exist in the paper form. Paper form stored in shelves or folders. So again, you begin to type what you feel about the problem. The challenge is that record tracing is difficult. Records get missing or destroyed due to storage due to poor storage conditions or termites. I'm typing based on what I know about student records that happens to them.
So this is where your own knowledge comes in play, because you have to be the one that controls this guy. You are trying to understand that the topic you are working on actually makes sense. So that's what you're trying to do at this stage. So you need to understand. So why I'm doing it is because if he understands where I'm coming from, it will generate the right information for me. I want to get that. So you need to let him know what is going on, where you're coming from, what's happening about that research, why you are interested in solving it. So as he's understanding your points, he's able to adjust himself to meet what you are interested in doing. All right, so currently Ospotec SRK, Ospotec, okay, let me put the TH. So, of course, like I said, I use Grammarly, so most of the times I have my own stuff corrected. Currently in Ospotec, student records are kept on paper, stored on shelves on folders. The challenge is that record is difficult. Records get missing or destroyed due to poor storage conditions or timeout infestations. Okay, so we can say, I am convinced, that a cloud storage system can help mitigate these issues. Now, are there studies globally? Because when it comes to research, you don't want to start from your local fronts. It's like a funnel. What is happening globally? Then you can narrow it down. In fact, it's even better for you to link your research to an SDG goal. I want to get that. We are brainstorming. We are going, like I said, don't start copy and paste, because that first thing it generates. To you, it makes sense. To us, it don't make sense. So you have to be the one to control what and what you want. So I'm looking at it saying I am convinced that the cloud storage system can help mitigate these issues. However, I guess so this globally that I've developed similar solutions. Also, can I link this study with an SDG goal? So let me copy this prompt and paste in the WhatsApp so you can run it on your own too. So let's run this. So you can copy the prompt on the WhatsApp. You can run your system and see what it gives you. Remember, there is no particular way to prompt. Like I said, just tell it what you're feeling, how you want, what is actually coming to your mind. What I've written so far stems from what I would ask if I'm the person doing the research. You can also have a different viewpoints from what I am doing. It depends on the knowledge that we all carry and our exposures. Now, yes, there is substantial work of body of work globally on electronic records. So what it means is, one, you can't say you are the first person to develop this. It exists. People have worked on it. So that is what this guy has clarified. So that case now, it has to take us to the next stage, how to now build literatures. It has told us that people have worked on it. But because it is extensive, does not mean you still cannot contribute. Number one contribution can be that they have done it in other schools. It has not been done in Saudi. That's the production. But of course, you can't publish that in a Q1 journal. They will not fly. Because whenever you are publishing globally, you must address the global problem. Of course, you are allowed to use SRK as a case study, but your title must not contain SRK. If it contains SRK, the readers will feel constrained that this paper is for people in SRK. So that is why when you are trying to get a topic, we don't advise you to put the location of your topic inside the topic. Make the problem look general. Let it have a global approach so that anybody in SRK or any other cases can replicate the same method and get the same results. So let's continue. They use cloud-based student record system, digital academic record management. However, based on your description, your study still has a strong justification because OSPOTECH appears to be operating largely with paper-based records. And many institutions in developing countries currently face the same challenges. So you are saying that you are not alone. It has helped you narrow or tie your problem to developing countries. So which means you can even go beyond the South and talk about sub-Saharan Africa. Are we together? So that even gives you a broader audience. They see it as an African problem. You can also talk about Africa generally, because we have countries that make up sub-Saharan Africa. And of course, the cases facing fines, typical record for physical generation, these are cases that we want to address. Motivations are there for migrating from manual records to cloud-based systems. Studies from Uganda, you can begin to see Tanzania, Namibia, Malawi, Nigeria, and other countries. Now, it has given me some reference here. So I want to check if this is correct, if it contains information that I need. So when I put my cursor there, you can see +3 there. +3 means there are 4 references here. So if you go to each of the arrows, you'll see the next one, the next one, the next one. So from here, the first one is on ResearchGate, evaluation of cloud-based student academic records. That's the topic. So when I open it, that's what I'm saying here. So this citation is correct. Are we together?
Yes.
So I can use this citation because what I saw on its own was the same topic. If the topic I saw there and this one here is different, don't use it. In fact, don't even use that statement that generated, because that statement contains false. That's what we call hallucination. Your boss said, you wake up in the morning and well, those of us that used to drink Gary then, when I was in school, you drink Gary, your wife begin to sit up when you wake up in the morning. Poverty can even make you hallucinate. So AI is not only a human that AI even hallucinates because it has too much information. So check the topic, the titles. Now for me, what I do is I will not read this. I won't. As long as I see that the topics are together, I will download it and keep it. That is why I use Mendeley for my own database. So I have it here. So we take the two together with Mendeley. I'm not going to read this. I will not read. Why am I reading? It's not my concern. Why would I read this? When there are 7 things to go. So I will come to Mendeley here. I know I've shown us. I don't know if we really went through the Mendeley. These are, you can see all these are my folders for Mendeley. So let me create one here for SRK training. Yes. So let me share this for those online. Okay. So this is my Mendeley. So I'll come here and add that particular reference that I just downloaded. Okay, so it's going to add it to it. Now the beautiful thing about Mendeley is I don't need to start writing, because sometimes you can download like 50 journals or articles and you will forget the name. You start writing with paper, the name of the author, the title, you are wasting time. You will spend your research will not. That's not the things that slow down research. There are tools, some of them tools. These are reference management tools. So by bringing it here, I can at a glance see what I'm doing. It has given me the author, the title of the article, and of course, other information. Let me try to expand this. Okay. So you can see from this end here, it has information here. This is the general article, the title. This is the author's name. Now I'm missing the journal. So I will click here. Sometimes, because this is a predatory journal, that is why the information extraction is not complete. If it's a focused journal, it will extract everything completely. But of course, for me, I use predatory journals to build a problem statement. because I knew that a military journal article was not well researched. So I hammer on it as a research gap. But I've seen some reviewers that can be so wonderful. They will tell you that somebody else has done your work. And you cannot argue that because it's predatory, that's why your own is better. No. So I always include predatory works in my work to argue that though this work exists, but it has not been well researched because some of these other parameters were not investigated. So this one now, this is the name of the journal. From the name you will know already. There is no DOI. So this is, so I will copy this and put it here as the journal name. Then of course, other information, there's no DOI, the volumes is complete 6 level. So that's my first, so like I said, I'll close this. So I go back to my work again, where I think we are working on this, yes. So let me share this window again. So we go back again and begin to look at this. So we have gotten one citation or one reference to our work, evaluation of cloud-based students' academic record management system for success factors, current practices and prospects in Tanzania secondary schools. Well, like you can see, it was a predatory journal, but of course, so I go again, assessing the use of cloud computing records. This is a thesis because it's a repository of a school. Sometimes I don't like using it, so I can skip it. But if you like it, you can go to it. I'm looking for journal articles, not thesis articles. Of course, you can still use it again for students that want to see what I've done. But again, you can still, because some students will just copy the thesis the way it is, word for word. So you have similarity issues. So we click on this, a computerized. So I want to wait for it, asking me for some validations. All right, so. So it's telling me what's already known, what is going on. Researchers have shown that cloud-based records can centralize student data storage, they can improve speed, retrieval speed, enable remote access, reduce dependency, provide all of this, and it has references to back them up. We have said this reference before. 399 impact of cloud technology. Well, this makes sense. Let's look at what it's saying. This one has opened up a computerized students record management system, the case study of Faculty of Science and Technology, Kampala International University. Okay, so I can download this also and add it to what I have. So I'm currently building, you can see I'm doing two things. I'm developing understanding of the problem or what I'm working on. At the same time, I'm downloading journals that make sense. I want to get that. So that's the brainstorming. Because I'm not even writing at this stage, but still brainstorming. I'm trying to understand the problem more. And the AI is trying to show me by giving me evidence to support that what I'm looking at, people have done it, and I want to see to what extent have they done what they are doing. That way, I can know where to argue from. Okay, this guy requires me to pay, so I'm not going to, well, he has lost the citation. So I will just get it out of my system. We don't have that time. And again, don't copy links from this URL. Sure, you see that if you copy this, sure you see ChatGPT here. So even me, by reviewing your work without being there, I will not use AI. Because this URL already contains ChatGPT. So these are common flags that we use to know how someone uses AI. So don't be quick to copy this URL and paste it in your reference. That is why I use a reference manager. I download the article myself, go to my reference, install it there. You can use EndNote. EndNote is expensive, you have to pay for it. EndNote is free. That's why I recommend it. Don't copy and paste like this. If you do that, you will be flagged for AI use. So you have to be smart, even when you are being a thief or you are cheating. I tell my children, I'm not saying you should not do bad things, but it will be terrible for you if you are caught. When you are caught, that's where the punishment will come from. So if you know you want to be smart in such a way that you are not caught. Once you are caught for using it, That's where your judgment starts from. So this guy is not responding. We don't have time to waste. We continue. I'm still going to show us other tools I use for brainstorming. But of course, now it's giving me something interesting. It said that my novelty can come from if you simply design a cloud storage system. If you ask me, what is Slim? That's true. Yes, what is Slim? So, like I said, if you can say, okay, we are the first readers are okay. It's like okay. So you can say what is Nobel, what is Slim? Yes. What is Slim? Someone is like, yes, cloud system, what is Slim? People have done it. You must know what you want to do. So it's telling you one, you can say instead of merely digitizing records, you can incorporate data encryption. You can say, okay, records are available, they don't encrypt their data. You can say, okay, there is no role-based access. Only one person is the admin that knows the open. They don't assign roles. Multi-factor authentication. That's what it's running now. That's what you want to add to your own multi-factor. That two people, you have to do two-factor authentication or three-factor authentication, or you want to do audit trace. You want to incorporate a system that allows for automated backup and recovery, depending on what is coming to your mind. So these are suggestions. You can even do hybrid physical to cloud migration framework. These are suggestions. Blockchain enabled academic records. Of course, depending on how much you want to go, that's what you get. Then SDG alignment. Again, remember I said I need to tie my problem to SDG. So it aligns with SDG4. And SDG4 is about education, better education. So by building and upgrading educational facilities that are effective, safe, inclusive, and support quality learning, of course, SDG4 is being realized. So my system improves education administration by ensuring accurate, secure, and accessible student records. So this is there. Other SDG goals are SDG 9, SDG 16, and of course, I've gotten all of this. So my recommendation, you can choose to take it or not. And that's why I talk about conversation engineering, unlike prompt engineering. In prompt engineering, you copy and paste. But there we are engaging. I have not copied anything yet. I have not even started writing. I'm still brainstorming. Because for me, I'm still yet to understand the direction of where the research should flow. So it has said all of these things. So I think the next thing I want to do now is I'm not so comfortable with all these literatures I have. So I'm going to go to another tool. Because me, I don't like pediatric journals. It doesn't show extensive work. So it will not help me to think well like a researcher. So I'm going to go to another tool right now. Let's go to a common one. I saw that tool, we often neglect it, but it's very powerful, and that's Google. So let's go to Google, Google, not Scholar, Google.com. Now, you see this guy here, there's AI mode. Have you seen this AI mode?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is the latest guy that is trending with Google. So you click on the AI mode. Now, I'm going to put in that same problem there. Where is the, okay, I've deleted that topic. Okay, let me go and copy it from, so you can open Google. While I'm doing this, I'm trying to use free tools so that we don't get to the point where we say, oh, the host used paid tools, therefore I cannot continue from where it stopped because the tools are paid tools that I cannot be able to pay for. So let me look for that same topic again. Okay. I'm going to copy that same topic to now, but this time around, it will be smart for us to remove SRK. So open your Google AI. I'm working on a research project. To design and evaluate a secure cloud storage framework for managing student records. How should I? Now, this stage, we're already planning. So we want to get to the planning stage. How should I approach this? Let me copy this also. All right, so I've copied that on the platform. You can run the same command on your own. So that's what we have done. So it's telling me now why I like this is because this one is from Google Search Engine. So it's going to build its own argument by using papers. Remember, I'm looking for literatures. If you look at this left side, these are literatures, and they are verified literatures. Now, let me tell you one of the reasons why ChatGPT hallucinates. Most of these databases, like Google Search Engine, Scopus, they have developed their own AI. So they prevent ChatGPT from accessing their context sometimes. So ChatGPT will not want to come back to you without nothing. So it falsifies information and gives to you. So sometimes it's safer when you access their own AI. They will give you information because they own the information. It's just the way people are being given the information. Because they know that ChatGPT, they are paying to use it. So Google developed its own. So therefore, Google has all sorts of information there. So that way you have to align with them before you can get your information. So see what it's saying. It's giving me good planning. To build a secure cloud storage framework for student record, you need a systematic approach that balances rigorous security compliance with system performance. It's giving me a structure, requirements and compliance number one, because whatever I'm going to do, I'm taking data, students' data. It has to comply, it has to be regulatory compliance. And of course, I'm going to store those data in some formats. So that format also, I must know the format in which I want to store my data. The design, the architecture, because of course, computing systems require an architect, the architectural design model. You must have a model you want to use to design your framework. So the cloud deployment, encryption strategy, access control, who and who can access that data. Authentication, how do I authenticate the user or the person coming for that data? All this logging, you can decide to deploy this 5 or just depending on your level, 1 or 2 or 3. Framework implementation, security evaluation, performance evaluation. So these are critical things I think make sense if I'm going to go into this kind of study. So it's telling me I can help you to tailor this framework. Would you share a few more details? What cloud platform or tools do you plan to use? What specific privacy regulations apply to your target institutions? Now, if you compare this with ChatGPT, that told you all manner, this one is even still more better. It's asking you questions. It's not jumping to conclusion. It's still waiting for input from you. To say, okay, tell me what system, what cloud framework do you want to use? Do you want to use Azure? Do you want to use Firebase? Do you want to use so that it knows where it will help you or how it will help you? Then again, privacy regulations, if you're interested, fine. If you're not interested, fine. But of course, you can't publish in tier journals without discussing this. But for your level, at HND level, you can just stop at this first platform. So again, you can come to this place to check the references. Designing cloud-based library information sharing for resources. Well, you can check if it makes sense. If you click on it, this is a Science Direct article. You can go to the abstract and see if it makes sense to you. But for me, I look at the topic first to see. You can also visit it and see if it's related to what you are looking for. Because it's a subscription-based stuff, you have to pay. Unfortunately, I have a partnership with, that is why you need to get collaborators. And so I'm thinking that the problem with this particular work. So let's ignore that. So when a reference is giving you issues, it means it's either it's not correct or it's not traceable. So I'm not interested in all these other ones. So now we have said that we are working on this, design and evaluate. So the question now is, what do I want to do? Let me see. What has others done on this topic? Now we want to build our literature review, and how have they approached it? This is why students need to understand. When we give you topics, we don't expect to just go and copy chapter 1 to 5. We expect to sit down, understand it, spend time. So that when you come back to your lecturer, you can tell the lecturer even what he does not know. That will show that you have actually done extensive research. You have said, okay, this is what I found out about it. These are the methods I need to use. These are the things I need to use. Somebody has done this, but the person did not look at it from this perspective. You know, that point, it becomes a conversation, and your lecturer will not send you away. He is not asking you to go and just bring 1 to 5 and just jump, even what you yourself don't understand. So that's why so far we are still planning the research. We have not even started copying anything or pasting anything. So now, existing academic research and practical implementation of secure cloud storage for student records generally fall into 3 distinct categories. The multi-layer, the decentralized blockchain, the integrated AI and access control frameworks. Of course, most of these things, because it's not my field, I can't understand it better like the computer engineer does. So that's the challenge. Somebody in computing can understand this more. For me, because I'm experienced, I can pick 1 or 2, but I cannot understand. I don't have the expertise in detail like the computer gatherings. So I'm actually struggling in some areas here, but I can still come up with something based on what we want. So this guy is talking about, many researchers argue that standard single algorithm encryption is vulnerable. So again, you want to find out, are you going to use single algorithm? Because these are the things you'll be discussing with the supervisor, single algorithm or multi-algorithms. So these are the challenges of single algorithms. It's vulnerable to advanced cloud-based attack. Systems like this were able to do something, so you have that as well. Then you have the references to back up what he's saying. This is reference 1, securing academic student file using ASCII algorithm. So it can take you to that page directly. All right, so this is an article. Like I said, for me, I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to look for how to download this chapter. I just hope it's not asking me to pay. Okay, fine, that's downloaded for me. So I will add it to my Mendeley, like the others before it. So I go back to my stuff. So again, I'm at this point, I'm trying to gather literature that I will use for my discussion. Data encryption algorithm for cloud storage systems. Of course, you cannot be talking about cloud storage that you don't talk about data encryption. So that's very important. So you want to look at this also. It's NPDI, it's free. So I will download this as well, download the PDF. Okay, so the journal name is missing from here. So you can type it. Some informations are not complete. So this is computer sciences. And then mathematics. Hold on. So the volume, you can look for it here. All right, so I'm not going to spend more time on this because of time we don't have. So I think we get the idea on the brainstorming. So again, you keep looking for informations that you want, and you keep trying to pack them together. Then the decentralized blockchain, there is this AI framework So you keep downloading references. It proposed secure framework for protecting cloud. So this one is making sense. Let me see my others. Apologies, I don't know why my Scopus platform is acting weird this morning. So that's what we have. You can still go again to evaluate to say, okay, how do I approach this work? So what I assume you want to do in this case, you want to design a system. That means I have to find a way to collect the records. I have to find a way to collect the records. It's either I want to go to the exam records and manually scan these records, existing records. Then after scanning the records, you want to develop a workflow for yourself. Scan the records, then that's for existing records. You scan the records, then you have to digitalize them by extracting some information from the records. So we have some tools that can do that. Or maybe you now want to create your own records. You say, okay, every new record now, you have to go online and fill the form. And from the information you supply, we can generate certificates or whatever. So those are the things. So you need to look at the plan. You have to map that out on paper, right, the process. So that's what we are trying to do with existing records. So I'm going to, so let's say my plan is to work with existing records. Full stop. I will scan them. That is, suggest a tool that can help digitize the existing records. This scanned records. Next is to save these records on cloud. So I don't know whether you want to use MySQL database. I don't know if you want to use PHP or you want to use Firebase. That's why it's going to, so you have to decide again. What are you going to use? You want to use SQL. So I'm going to save this on the cloud. And of course, if you have a cloud, okay, I'm using SQL database to manage, to save them. So how then do you want to retrieve it? You want password, you must have a password or somebody must register. Okay, to retrieve, users must register and be assigned a password. An admin will control DB access and assign roles to users. So are you planning authentication? Role-based, okay. I'm planning a role-based authentication. Okay. What else? Do you want to do mobile app or talk about mobile app? How do you want this? You want to interface the mobile app or just the web app? Or okay. I will be using a web app. So there's a lot of things. I'm going to copy the same thing to ChatGPT as well. So I'm going to copy this. But again, the idea is for you to sometimes share with the AI what your own strategy is. So your job is to look at it and suggest better methods or better approach that you can use to achieve the same result. So let me run this with ChatGPT. So you can see we have not copied and pasted it. That's why it's called conversation engineering. You are still discussing. You are conversing. He's writing, he's telling you what you want. You are still looking at it, you are skeptical. You have not even started writing at all. So the first thing is not to start writing. The first thing is to discuss. So you want to discuss, share your own idea. It has shared its own. You are now sharing your own. So your plan is technically sound. Paper records, scanning OCR, structured database, secure web app. I will frame the workflow so it becomes research worthy, not just a software project. So you can see where we are going. So your design is clear and feasible. We recommended installation to OCR software. So what it means is if you want to scan now, most scanners come with an OCR software that can extract, convert those scanned documents into Microsoft Word or whatever information you want. So that is settled. So you know that, okay, in my research, I'm going to use an OCR software. So any scanner that does not have OCR software, you will not use it. So that place, you're already narrowing down the tools or the materials that we use for your research. So best option for your project, Tesseract OCR plus OCMRY. I've also used this before. But of course, it has given you a link on where you can see more information about that particular software you're talking about. So you can go there to see. This is OCMR software. You can read about that as well. So you can also consider paperless NGX. So I don't know which guy is this, but again, it says an open source document management system. So you see, it's not suggesting tools that you don't know exist before that can assist your research. So let's see that paperless guy is looking like the Nigerian stuff. It's an open source, so you can look at it and see how well it aligns with your research. This is for Tesseract. I don't know what it works with, but again, you can look at it. The manual is there. I'm assuming they have is designed a device for Tesseract that might be a scanner that you can download this software and work with, or I don't know if it's for general purpose application. But of course, you can do that and see more studies. So it has given me a workflow. The first thing is the student scans the record, you scan the document, you convert to PDF or using OCR, you extract key metadata. Of course, when it comes to applications, the way you can extract metadata from the PDF that you have. So then, of course, you want to store this metadata in here. This metadata can include the student name, the matric number, the grade, the whatever department, any information you are looking for. It will extract them and keep them database file for you. Then, of course, you can now store the actual scan files in a separate storage as backup. So you will not delete the scan files, you will still keep them. And of course, you will now retrieve records within a secure web app. But again, you can look at this. If this workflow makes sense, you are allowed to adjust this. I want to get that. You are not taking it the way it is. If it does not make sense to you, or there are some steps that are omitted, you can say, look, I want to include something else here. But whatever you are including, let it know. Why I'm saying that is so that as you are, because when we get to the stage of writing,
It will have understood all the things you are doing, and it will not hallucinate. It will give you the good writing that you are looking for. But if you does not understand what you are doing, it can begin to still hallucinate. So be sure everything that is here makes sense to you. The student name, SQL database, matric number, database, department, session. So if there are some other information that you need here that is not there, you will have to type it to say, okay, let's include this. The system structure is also suggested. The user rules also recommended, and the security features to include password, hash, all of this, it will help you to develop each of them if you don't know how to do them. So these are things you can assist you with along the line, one after the other. So a study should not just say, I developed a cloud storage system. Structural framing is the study designs and evaluates a secure cloud-based record management framework that digitizes paper-based. Well, for me, I've seen the design now. The evaluation part is what I've not seen. So I can ask the question to say, okay, how do I evaluate the design? So it's comparing compare old system versus new systems. But that would be too basic. You want to, that way you administer a questionnaire. Somebody will use the new system you developed. That person must have used the old system. So in that questionnaire, you put some information to say, okay, what is the time? How long does it take you to find the record with the old system? Compare it with the new system. So that way you want to get the user feedback, because evaluation now means somebody will have to answer some questions. So when you say design, you are doing two things. You will design the mobile application or the system. Then you will now invite users. You will give them to use the application. That's why you have to do that your topic very well. Because if you can achieve those two within a project team, or better thing for you to just stay at design. Because the real meaning of evaluation means some people will use your system, and because they have used the old one, they can compare. I said, okay, in terms of time, this one saves time. In terms of record loss, this one saves time. It's not losing my record. They will also tell you what they feel. So you will design a questionnaire that can be a Google form questionnaire that you administer, and they will tell you the difference based on their own. But of course, you want to make the questionnaire anonymous. So after designing the system, so that's where the first one talk about comparing old system versus system. You can also do technical evaluation. In this case, you can meet technical experts. So say, okay, I have designed this. Look at my work as a technical person. What do you think? So that way you can have more structured interview. Or that's why sometimes in sciences we also work with social sciences. There's always social scientists that use questionnaire. Because after you have developed a system, somebody must be able to evaluate. So you can organize an interview where you will sit down with experts to say, okay, this is what we have developed. They will use it and give their comments about it. They will check the technical terms. They will check the technical security. They will check how easy is it to use. They will want, can a novice use it, or must you be trained to use it? All these things will be evaluated. So what is the upload time? So all these things you are noting them down. That's the research you are doing. So research is not just garbage. That's what I keep saying. It's not copy and paste. So a lazy student would have just gone for that bottom we saw and just copy and paste and said I finished. You have not done research, because even you have not understood how you. Because supposed to have with this of information. Upload 50 scan student records and test search, retrieval, access control, and backup. Questionnaire, give to registry staff. You can see, I have not even gotten here before I was saying it. So that shows that you are listening, but there's always a normal flow of any research. So if you're an experienced researcher, you can know the way a research should flow. After developing the design, once you put evaluation, I'm expecting to see how you administer the questionnaire. Otherwise, you can just stop at design. Another student coming up the following year can now evaluate. Now together. So that's the way you share the work. So whatever research you're doing, and of course, remember, like I said, I want to make money from this research. I'm developing a tool I will sell at the end of the day. But I'm using SRK as a case study because it's my school. But by the time I'm done with this development, I want to have it on Google Play Store, or I want to go and sell it to different schools to say, and the computer engineer that I use my tool, pay me subscription, or I maintain it for you. So don't just do this as a normal research project you abandon on the shelf. Why are you wasting your time? But I don't have time to waste a student project that will not bring money to my pockets. So that is why you must plan it very well. If it is what you want to work on for the next 2 years, focus on it. If these other students have designed it and it has worked, bring the next students to evaluate it. The third set can now take you to the market and go and start looking for demonstrating to, rather than now go to commercialization. They will now demonstrate it to people to say, okay, get their feedback. People now tell you, okay, it's difficult to use, it's easy to use, adjust it. The next set will come back, make those adjustments. Or that same set that will make the adjustments. Remember, it's still one project. So it's not compulsory, you have 10 students. There's no reason why you should give 10 students a single project. You can spread them. Several people can look at it from different perspectives. But of course, there must be a goal, because that is the reason why we're doing that work. Yes, sir.
It's not time and descriptive.
If it's descriptive, it's the same. Of course, descriptive have to start from something. So because prototype is just that you are developing maybe something physical. Even software is also prototype. So when it comes to descriptive, they are evaluating something that has been done somewhere. So that's also because the description part is those are it helps you to go into market to say, okay, how will the market respond to this? Because now you are engaging the real users. They will tell you what they feel about the existing system and your new system. Or they will tell you to say, okay, if I do descriptive, then there's no design there. It means you have a system, or you are trying to start gathering data to say, okay, let's change from paper record system to web-based record system. And you want to provide evidence that people want you to change from paper to record. So that evidence is what somebody else will now use to start the design. That we administered 150 questionnaires. 100 people says paper record is good. Let's go to new record. That is a novelty or a gap that is motivating your research. That people are no longer seeing, and you have to give reasons why. So the person that's going to work on the design now will build on that research. And that was why we were developing, downloading those literature reviews to look for argument to support that web-based cloud systems or the cloud storage systems is far better than paper-based systems. I want to clear that because these are the arguments you put forward when you are trying to develop your motivation and your particular problem. So you can see this research problem, there is no significant difference between the paper-based system and the proposed cloud system in record retrieval time. So of course, all of these are based on what you find, or there is a significant difference. So so now the hypothesis model you can use is the technology acceptance model. One, perceived usefulness. A technology can be useful, but most people don't see it as useful. So you have to test their perception. Number two, how easy is it to use? Ease of use. If you are making a technology that's difficult to use, people are going for you. So you have to make sure it solves that. How satisfied are the users? That is why when you use some apps or after some seminar feedback, they ask you for feedback. They want to know, are you satisfied? They will tell you, rate us 1 to 5. WhatsApp, rate us 1 to 5. Sometimes I tell them, I'm not ready yet. In fact, when you use WhatsApp to make phone calls, they will tell you after the call, they will say, give us a rating of the quality of the, they want to get feedback of, so that they can know where to improve on. The intention to use all these things must be addressed in your research. So I don't know if you are okay with what we have. Now, I downloaded some papers before. Let me show us how to use them. I will come here to where I downloaded them and I will pick them. I try to pick them. Okay, let me just you can even do them from here. Just come to the same guy, go to this plus sign. So go to the plus sign. You can do what we call add photos or files. Now with ChatGPT, you can only add 10 folders or files at the same time. You can't add more than 10. So it's loading them. That's loaded this one. So when it's finished loading them, you will see it complete. Then this page is still disabled. So now I told you I'm not going to read those things. The guy who does his job, he will read the whole thing for me. Of course, the same way we are doing this is the same way you can do any other AI. There is no special difference. Just that their ability to respond is different. But the querying, the same stuff, the same adding of stuff, information is the same. So yeah, I will just say, I have attached 4 articles. Help me build a strong case for my research book. Sure, I'll be into this. So again, it depends on what you're working on. You can query more than this. So let's see. By using the word attached, he knows that he's referring to what I've attached to the platform. So you can see it said the 4 articles strongly support your study, which is good for me, but they also show where your own work can be made more original. There's one, the Tanzania study shows that cloud-based student academic record systems can improve efficiency, transparency, accessibility, and decision-making. Evidently, this particular study did not design, be evaluated. So that is why you must be careful of new technologies. If your job is to evaluate and you are not developing the solution, don't say design. Just say evaluation or investigating, So the title, the choice of your title also matters. If you are not going to develop a mobile app that solves this problem, you have no business with design. Somebody can argue, boy, I designed something. Yeah. Would you have your questionnaire before? So it is not designed that design questionnaire does not mean you have designed. That's not what makes the work designed. Your job is evaluated. And you cannot evaluate without a questionnaire. That one is clear. So this one supports it. The Enugu study also showed that SaaS and PaaS cloud technology significantly impact school records management, especially by supporting access from anywhere. So they have this. They justify your security focus. Which one of them? Okay, this particular guy justified the security focus. It supports your decision to use login, file, upload.
Hello. To all participants, you can need to check your email for the certificates. So certificates are sent to emails of participants. Thank you. How many comments or observations? Maybe your thing was not well arranged. Thank you.
So you can see also it tells us where our study is different. It's also helping us to build our gap already, our ability. Your study is stronger because hospitals currently this paper records kept on shelves and folders with risk of missing files, poor storage conditions, and termite damage. The review studies mostly focus on already digital files. I want to get that now. So now, initially I was trying to assume that you want to develop this. That's why you must let the AI know what you want to do. Because for me, I don't always start with topic. I start with the problem. So from the problem, we will now choose the topic together. I will tell you, this is the research I want to do. I was passing through my area. I saw ABCD. I felt there should be a solution to this. Then he said it will tell me more about that problem. Then after we discuss, and that's okay. Can I make a research from this? If he says yes, suggest 10 topics. From those 10 topics, I will look at them carefully. In fact, you can even match the 5 topics into one by picking some information here and there and combining them into a single one. So, but in this case, we initially had a topic in mind, so that's why we are having this flow. So your flow normally should be the fact that don't come with a topic in your mindset, come with a problem. I observe this problem that I want to solve. What has been done about it? Or just observe this problem. Let's now discuss. So read what it has said. From there, you will pick some keywords that say, okay, this thing makes sense. Remember, when it was writing the first time, I picked some words. Tertiary institutions are increasingly digitizing students' records, which shows that a lot of people are saying this as very important. So that means it's what we're searching into. Of course, it's also telling us that there are challenges and it has to do with data. So if I'm designing this thing now, or I have to address data security, I have to design a system that prevents unauthorized access. When I told you that we need mobile examination software for mobile examinations, one of the things we have to ask ourselves is, how do we prevent students from cheating? Because the student can be using phone to do exam and go to Google and access information. So that means my system is faulty. So we have to develop, understand how the mobile application works. And we came up with what we call the draw over apps. So that when you are on that page, you will not go anywhere else. Even call will not come in. The only thing that will be on that screen is that question paper. We also have what we call geofencing. If you leave the exam hall and you go somewhere else, we will track the distance and we'll tell you, we will lock you out. We also have students, because if you are trying to be a certified hacker, you must also think like a thief. That's the word. So I will ask myself, how will I bypass a system like this? Then I begin to look for solutions on how to prevent it. Again, 2 people can learn on the same device. And the answer is somebody can be here, I can be at home, I will log in for you and be using the Zoom, using that system to check. So what we did is we know that is possible. So we said, okay, once one person logs in, there's what we call OTP. Get an OTP and sends to you. So what it sends to you, it binds your phone down. So if another person comes in, if you say like there's already a device with this login, and only one person will receive the OTP. 2 people cannot receive the OTP. If you don't have the OTP, you can't access the question. We also have what we call facial recognition. Before you on in, it has to check you and match your face with what we have stored. So there are different security layers you have put in place. A lot of things we are checking. And of course, the system also runs, we make sure our system runs on client server. So again, these are challenges you want to be looking at in your design. But since your work is more about questionnaires, what I would just say is, let's go help me develop a questionnaire approach. You get it now, because it's not going to be designing. I initially thought it was going to design a mobile app. That was why we were looking at these aspects. But his work now is basically on evaluation. So what we really assist him with is down to develop questionnaires or questions that he can take out there to assess this. So I will now say, let's change the direction. I'm only interested in the evaluation. for now. I will deploy questionnaire mode for this study. I plan to use, I'm using Google Form. I plan to use Google Form to get feedbacks. Now you can say, help me. Okay, let's say suggest contents for my Google Form. Now, one thing I will also advise is don't open. You can see that this is a prompt. This is the same page I'm working on all through. Don't open another prompt for this particular work. Stay on that same, how do you call it now? File. Don't open, don't come again and start new. Go back, continue from this one.
They create a folder for that.
The folder is only available for paid version. I don't know if it's available for free version.
I don't think so.
So stay on that particular one so that it understands where you have been coming from. And when you come again 2 days and you continue there, it knows what you have been discussing. If you go to a new one, of course, because you might have done some other work, because that's not the thing you are doing now, with it might hallucinate and forget. So that's why you stay on that same chart all through till you finish your work. So you can see now what it has done for me. Since your study is design evaluation of secure framework, the evaluation should focus on whether users believe the system is easy to use, secure, useful, reliable, faster than the current paper system. Of course, you can decide to not agree with this. You can decide to add more to what he has suggested. And that's what we are saying. That's why we must own the work. He is saying that you can argue from ease of use, security, usefulness, reliability, the fast approach, the adoption institution-wide. So those are things you can look at. So he has recommended a Likert scale adoption system for you. So the first information is to find your respondent information. Well, for me, I always start with consent. Before you start your form, the first thing is the person must give consent. Because there's what we call you must, in fact, if I'm doing questionnaire-based research, you must obtain ethical clearance. And that's where your directorate they have to come and meet you. In my school, we charge 5,000. So because you can't just do research without ethical clearance. Somebody must look at it. They will look at your study site. There's a committee that looks at it. In fact, we charge 10,000 for it. So you must have an ethical clearance before you go and get people's opinion. You can't just go out there and just start collecting data. In fact, that's why when you want to publish in top-tier journals, they will ask you to provide the ethical clearance. If you don't have that ethical clearance, they will not publish your work because they will believe that you generated those data. So the ethical clearance will show that, because in fact, those committee will sit down and look at your questionnaire and assess it to say, okay, it's of standard. You can go and agree sites. Because there's what we call sample sites. They will issue a clearance of the certificate. Yes.
It is certificate.
Yeah, I came up with that. Yeah. So then I have a committee that work with that. So I assign it to them. So you need to be able to get the clearance. From that clearance, because somebody can go and take 10 samples, 10 studies, and say 10 respondents cannot represent everybody. It's not possible. So you are looking at, if you have like 1,005, 2,000, in fact, even 200 is still okay. But you know, when you have 1,005 data compared to 200, the authority of that data, of the information of that data, is more powerful than just 200. So it's important that you have a larger people subscribing to your data. You know, that's why we'll talk about sample size. Sample size is very important when it comes to questionnaire. You can't just go and give to 50 people and come and tell me, in SRK, I have students close to 10,000 and you are giving me just 500 feedback. It's not possible. I won't take it. At least, if I have 2,000, 3,000, I can tell you that there is no place I will publish that work that will reject it. Because 3,000 data are ABA. And it's easy. Just use your student union platform. Go to your platform, go drop it there. Students will fill it for you. Go to different departments, drop it there, beg them, help me fill this form. They will tell you what their mindset is all about. And that's what you're looking for. Then from the responses, you can begin to process those information. So my first point here is to user acceptance. So I will ask, do you want to participate in it? Do you give your consent to participate in this research? They will click the check box, yes. You can design that in Google Form. So that's the first thing they will see when they come to my Google Form page. The next thing is to now obtain the respondent information. You can modify this based on what you have. For example, category of users. You have registry staff, academic staff. It is not including students. I can include students on my own. I want to get that. You can even remove some things from here. So we are not garbage in, garbage out. We are looking at it. The years of experience. Of course, if you look at this now, this one is focused on those that work in the record section. It is not focused on those that need those records. It's not also looking at general perspective. So there are different ways you can tailor the research. Now, you have this question. Have you previously used a digital record management system? Yes or no? So system quality is there. Ease of use and performance. Of course, if the person has used it before, that's when the person can talk about the system quality. So again, you have to design the questionnaire based on what you have. So it's given me another section, information quality. What is the quality of the stored records? You want to hear from them, from the respondents. The security and privacy. Do they think that the security is enough? You also want to hear from them. Then the user satisfaction, all these are things you want to test. Now I can assure you, each of these sections form different discussion points in your final paper. I want to get that. These questions are not just random questions. What it means is, I'm going to discuss system quality in chapter 4. And in my chapter 2, I'm going to define system quality and why it is important for me to assess it or to evaluate it. What is the importance of system quality? This is when you now begin to look for theoretical articles that define system quality and why they are important vis-a-vis your topic. You also want to discuss information quality. What is the quality? In fact, each of these things, you can publish them as a survey paper. I can publish system quality alone. In fact, if I have 3,000 respondents, I can publish confidently. You can see now, for system quality, you have about 8 questions now. So by the time you finish discussing these 8 questions alone, and you start beginning to use different analysis methods, you would have gone far. You can even have information quality. So each of these things represent different areas that you can get. And of course, you have the open-ended questions. What features of the system do you like most? What challenges did you experience? Why use the system? What improvements? These were the things we also did when we developed our mobile applications sometimes back. So you have all of this that you can work with. So the next thing you can now do is pick each of these and go to your Google form and begin to develop the questionnaires page by page. And you can now set down the link. Or you can go back to your supervisor. The two of you will look at this and review it. I said, this thing is too much. What we have here is 43. You can say, this is too much. This question is too much. Let's just pick the keywords. So for at least you now have an idea of what you are looking for. You can see we are very picking, like I said, generating, but you are still brainstorming. You are still deciding if what is giving you aligns with what you are actually looking for. So I don't know what else you want us to look at. You said the literature. Okay. So for the literature review table, I hope my purpose is fine this way. So this is okay, this purpose part. Now, the literature review, it now depends on what literatures you want to review, because again, it has to go with the direction of your work. We have downloaded 4 articles, so use the same process to get more. Look at people that have worked on it. You know, now we have been able, if you look at it, the 4 literatures we downloaded were actually evaluation papers. They were not, because that was one of the things it was stressing for us when we did the, when we plugged it in. I want to show you from when we uploaded the PDFs here. Okay, so you can see that from here, it says they confirm that cloud storage is relevant for academic record. So you might want to look at that article again and see what they have. They support your evaluation plan. But for reviews like what do you call it now? For questionnaire-based studies like this, the first thing you need basically is your plan. Then the next thing is you will now need data analysis tools. How do you want to analyze the data? Because you also develop that in your literature. So you can say, okay, suggest how I can analyze the data acquired from the Google form. Now I'm going to put a keyword here. Tell it I intend to. Okay, suggest how I can analyze the data acquired from Google form. I want to publish in a Q1 journal. If you don't do this, it will not give you general, but because they are saying that the quality of journal, remember we said that from them, the role, the task, and of course the where you want to, the kind of output you are looking for. So because I've told you it's a Q1 journal, its response will be different. Or let's even try it. Let me move the Q1 journal. Let's just say suggest how I can analyze, because after getting the data, your analysis, your framework is also part of the literature you'll be looking for. Since your study is primarily a system commercial study, you do not need very sophisticated statistics. You can see, I know it will say this, sophisticated statistics, a combination of discrete statistics, liability analysis, and of course, so you want to know what is discrete statistics. You want to know what is liability analysis. And how do you carry them out? So you go back here. I can come back to this guy here. Where is it? And say, okay. What is descriptive statistics? Sorry. Statistics and how is new. Is it on the page? So you can see it's a branch of statistics used to summarize, organize, and describe the main features of a specific data set. So you have an understanding of what you want to do, how to apply it to your cloud security research. So you can also explain that to you, the mean, the median. But for me, you can't go to a Q1 journal with a mean, median, model. Not take it from you. You have to be able to do what we call some predictive modeling. There's some modeling, there are some models you can use to analyze. Okay, let's look at this now. Say, ask it, can I use models to analyze this data, my data, and suggest good top models for Q1 journal. All right, so yes, you can absolutely should, and you absolutely can and should use analytical and empirical models. You can see that for a Q1 journal now, it's now becoming telling you basically. But because you don't specify journals, you just feeling that okay, your level is low. It tells you descriptive. So you come there with media mode. Of course, you can pass the HND, but your organ cannot use that paper. It's useless to him. So that's why as supervisors, you must be involved in the planning of the work to understand the model you want to, because your goal is to publish this work. And that's why for me, I'm always involved in my students' data gathering. I'm not interested in the write-up. That data is my concern. I must make sure they get me quality data. I can sit down and write my write-up myself. I'm not using the write-up. So for the data, if there's a mistake in data, there'll be problem. Because by the time you now want to do the work, you can see that somebody one data is missing. Now look at it. This is PLS, PLS. Structural equation modeling. In fact, this is a software. So if you don't, if you are in statistics or data analysis and you don't know how to use this, my colleague, you are not doing the right thing. And all you are doing is media mode. That's why I had to argue with that guy. I said, how can you be doing media mode with me? British Council gave us how many pounds? And I should be doing media mode for what? So we have gone beyond those media standard deviation range. Those are elementary stuff. You can't publish. You have to show the relationship between those data. There is something in that data. That 43 questions you have. There is one or two variables there that controls the other thing. Are we together? That's why in your linear equation you have y equals to mx plus c. There's, you can see that y functions with m, x, and c. There is something that controls y. X. So once you have that data, every other thing, as one that particular data is changing, it's either the output is increasing or decreasing. For some, it will be constant. Their presence there is just constant. They don't have any impact on that data. So that is the strong argument when it comes to data. So most people do data analysis at the surface. Media mode, they'll tell you whether you coefficient it agree or not agree. That is not data analysis. You have to find out which variable in that data controls all. And that is where you have access to smart or advanced devices. And that's when the model equation comes in. So there are different models. Those in mathematics will develop different models for you and say test it with this model. There's Inks model, there, whatever you are using. But those in education do a lot of modeling to test their data. So you have to argue based on that model if your data is correct or not. Not just report me median mode and just standard deviation and you are gone. Nobody will take that from you. So that is one thing you have to learn. You have to learn SEM, we call it Smart PLA. But of course, they have the free version. You can also learn this online. Just go to YouTube. You can even ChatGPT can show you how to use it. So if I want to use my SEM for my PLS SEM for my work, I will download it. Tell ChatGPT I have this version. Show me this is my data. It will tell me how to go to PLMS and be doing them one after the other. And if I'm stuck, I will screenshot that particular page and say, I'm here, I'm stuck here. If you say, okay, fine, this is what I'm saying. Use another method. That's the way we use ChatGPT for trying to learn. There's also the cryptographic and performance avalanche modeling. Well, I'm not into this, so I'm saying this for the first time. There's the formal security verification models. I don't even know if this exists. So you can begin to see. Remember the first time we just told you descriptive and the influential analysis. And somebody said you are okay. You are not okay. You are not. You are doing 1, 2, 3. But now that we said we want to publish in Q1 journal. Look at what it's bringing out. Top tiers. To say, okay, this is where you should look at it from. So the way you query your, that's why we take that GPT give you results based on your reasoning. If you don't query deeper, it will give you at the surface level. But if you want to know it more deeper and become a force, you must query it deeper and say, okay, I want to publish in a Q1. It knows the standard for a Q1. If I said a Q4 or a Q3, it will not give me all of this. because he knows they don't check those ones. It's not their concern. So these are these top key one journals to target. It's even telling journals to target, of course, cybersecurity and systems, IA transactions. You can know that people that are here are people that will definitely scrutinize your work to the optimum. Even the model is suggested, the band logic. I know you have not heard about the band logic before. Okay, so and of course, what it means is you have to go back again to understand this band logic and how it can support your data. So if you are here and your work is data analysis and you are just doing media mode, you have not done fine. There are other advanced tools you can use. Yes, outspread, but Python is there. You don't even need to, GPT can even still help you with the Python code. Just give you the data you collected. That is data I collected, upload it there. It will help you analyze it. Just the way I attach those PDFs, attach your data there. Then tell it what to do with it. It will show you to do. It will plot your charts. It will do everything. In fact, from the GPT, you can even come to this column. Sorry, from this part. Sorry, there's this part here where you can even go to get what we call more GPTs. Yes, this part. Yeah. Explore GPTs. So those of you that like to humanize, you can humanize from here. If it's data analysis, you can just type data analysis. You will see the different AI tools it will bring for you that does data analysis. Still on ChatGPT. Because every GPT you have, every AI platform you have, they all based on ChatGPT. They all depend on ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an open source. So they use, so you can see it. So if I want to use this particular AI for my work, I will just click it. This basically is for data analysis. In fact, this one is expert in statistical analysis. So since you are familiar with ChatGPT, SPSS, let's click on that one. These are possible things you can test. How do I test the reliability of my data? What statistical test should I use my hypothesis? All these questions. So, but what it means is you must provide the data, yeah, that you want to. So you start the charts. So you now start. You upload the data. I'm not sure I have any data. Let me see my. So upload your data and type the same command of what you want. It will start analyzing your data for you. This one is strictly for data analysis. It's still the same. I have not led the ChatGPT environment too. Most of us don't use this part. That's why I'm bringing out that it's explore GPTs. In fact, if I'm even looking for citations, you can come to this SciSpace. I remember I mentioned SciSpace before. Just to go to the GPT, just go to explore GPTs, type SciSpace. You can see it here. In fact, there's Scholar GPT, there's Humanizer, but I'm interested in SciSpace. Now, let me show you how to use SciSpace. Assuming there is an information I picked from here. Look at this regression equation model. Now, this is a statement. I believe this statement should have a citation. I will pick that statement. I will say, find me studies. In fact, if you want to, don't allow GPT to generate AI reference citation for you. If you want to generate citation, come to SciSpace. That's why I say we have different tools or different AI for different tasks. If you use the general GPT, it can hallucinate. But if you come strictly to SciSpace, they allow GPT to write whatever it wants to write. Pick that statement that you feel this statement needs a reference. Then bring that statement here. Find me studies that support sorry, let me make it bigger so that we can see. That supports the, you can put column, regression models. You can go further to say, okay, let's say what it is. You can go further to say recent studies, 2006 or two. You can give me the year you want studies to come from. As it is now, it can come from anywhere. So it agrees that there are substantial research that shows that regression-based models can be used to mathematically describe how CPU utilization and execution time delay change as workload size or input file size increases. While I did not find a paper that specifically models file sizes from 1 MB to 100 MB, several studies use regression equations to predict performance. So it's not compulsory you see a file that uses exactly what you want. But if you don't see, it makes your study novel. But the method is what you are looking for. How did they do it? And of course, you now say that several studies have used regression model to do A, B, C, and D, but none has been able to model from 1 megabyte to 100 megabytes. So now you're putting an argument now that people have used these regression studies to do something else. But as far as modeling 1 megabyte to 100 megabyte is concerned, there's no study. That's equivalent. Or you now say, okay, somebody did 100 megabytes. I want to start with 1 terabyte. I want to do 1 gigabyte. So those are areas you can work on. So these are the studies, you can see them. Again, like I said, the beautiful thing about SciSpace is it will tell you the source, the year, the name, and the insight. It will summarize that particular paper for you. So you can, from the insight, decide if what he's saying here makes sense to you or not. Is that not what you're doing for literature review? That's what you're looking for literature review. So, but this guy knows it will summarize those articles for you. So you can read the insight and say, okay, this thing, it makes sense or does not make sense. This one developed a regression-based model mapping configuration parameters and input size to CPU utilization. The model predicted CPU requirements with average errors of only 2.5. I can just pick this and put it in my literature review. That with Vanda et al. 2010 developed a regression-based model. Are you seeing the connection now? And this is what they got. So, but to be sure that that article is correct, I'll click on this link. Remember what we saw? The title is Preliminary Results on Modeling CPU Utilization of MapReduce programs. So, fine, that's what I saw. So that citation is what? Correct. Students, are we together? So that citation is correct. Because the topic I saw in GPT, then again, the name of the author, you will check again. This is Rizvandi 2010. What is here? Rizvandi 2010. So in this case, it's open access, good for me. So I can just come here and do get PDF. Or I normally do, if it has a DOI, I just click on the DOI to go straight there myself. Because sometimes this guy, you can even see from here, you can still interact with this paper. This is SciSpace environment. Can you see? You can ask it to explain the abstract. I want to get that. You can even upload your own PDF to SciSpace. Of course, SciSpace has paid version. The free version limits you to maybe 10 or 5 per day. Okay. But me, I don't pay for SciSpace because I paid for GPT. So I have a way of money. I'm not too much interested in this explanation of abstract. GPT will do that for me. As long as I'm able to download that article, I will upload it to ChatGPT. It will explain that article for me and tell me what I'm looking for there. So that's why I said different AIs is all marketing strategy. GPT can do them as long as you know how to query it. So this page, like I said, explain the abstract. Let's click. So you can see that this high quality here means I have to pay. That's why it's not checked. If I've paid now, I have high quality. So you can see the abstract. The paper introduces an approach for predicting the CPU utilization of applications when they are evaluated. The core components of the approach, application experiments, regression-based models. So I'm okay here that this work mentions regression-based model. So that means the information that GPT gave me here about the summary is consistent. So I can effectively use this in my literature review.
for this particular article. I want to get that. Literature review is just trying to tell people what somebody has done and what they got, just to support your choice of that method. I want to use the regression method. I want to back it up with arguments. I now say somebody has used this for CPU. But nobody can say the regression method, I have to do it on computer. This gives you the edge to discuss that. That regression method fits with computer modeling. And of course, this person has used it. Look at the second one, prediction of total execution time for map reduced applications. It says that again. You can click on that also to open the link, and you will still find the same title. This one is the DOI. I always like the DOI articles because it just takes me straight to the website. So you can see it. I can download it. Of course, IEE you have to pay for IEE. It's a conference article anyway, so it's available. So you can download it, or you can just pick the abstracts and use it to design your arguments. So that is for abstract generation, citation, literature reviews, stuff like that. So I don't know if there are other areas you want us to look at. But one of the things I want to advise or recommend is if you are seeking to ChatGPT, pick one AI at a time. Don't use multiple AIs. Though I use Google is free, but of course, sometimes I pick the information from that Google AI that I showed you. I can copy what has generated because it's not as expensive as ChatGPT. If you check his own report, it's very short, straight to the point. So I can pick those things and put them in ChatGPT to support my research. So that way, ChatGPT gets to know more about what I'm doing. Because Google AI mode research is always sometimes good accurate because it's based on, it uses references from this other side to support whatever it is that it's giving you. So I don't know what other aspects we have not talked about. Let me look at what the plan was to see if we have achieved them. We talked about research ideas, literature review, research planning, preparing the report. Okay, let's now quickly do the preparing the report, which is the last part. So the next thing you will now have to do, you can now say, okay, I go back to this is my site space here. I go back to, where is that research training? So I come back here. So I can now say, okay, let's start drafting. Are we drafting a journal paper or okay, it's not HND work, let's draft a journal paper, let's start drafting for a Q1, for a Q1 journal. Unfortunately, I will not be able to draft because I don't have data for a Q1 journal. Develop the plan. Prepare a section outline for the manuscripts. So I'm assuming as the supervisor, you have the data already with you. The only thing we want to do now is to start the planning. I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. There are some things it will say now that I would disagree with, because every field has the way they write. I think those in social sciences and humanities, they used to have literature review separately after introduction. Hello. But in those of us in sciences, our literature review is part of our introduction. So for sciences, we have introduction, materials and methods, report and discussion, conclusion. Those are the 4 key sessions that we used to have. But I think those in the humanities or social sciences have something different.
So we can see that clearly it's saying that one, because it's a Q1 journal, that is why you can see, if it's not a Q1 journal, it will not suggest this level of sophistication. But we have told you that our target is when Q1 journal. So it knows what Q1 journals require or they ask for. That's why I'm saying don't frame it as a undergraduate system project, but a digital transformation, record preservation, and secure information management system using OSCOTEC as a case study. So the first thing we need to agree is the title. It has suggested design and evaluation of, now let me do something here you will see on the title. The title sounds too local based and then too long. Reviewers don't like titles that carry case studies. Or location names. Can you suggest 5 titles that align with trending discussions? The reason why we are looking at trending discussions is sometimes your title, because you want citation. So if your research is not addressing what people are searching for currently, your work will just be lost there. That's why you must find out what are people searching for when it comes to database management. What is their interest? So it will let you to search for that. So let's do this. So you can see now, I'm disagreeing with the title. That's what we're talking about. You get to discuss with it. It's something that don't just say it's okay. You just feel like one, it's too long. So you can see it's also agreeing. But the question is, if he knows that before, why did he not tell you? Of course, it won't tell you. So it's now, that is where you now have to go ahead and still query and query and query until you get what you are looking for. Because the truth is, Q1 journals don't accept in the SRK. Once they see the SRK, they will return it back to you.
Yes.
They want an article that has the global viewpoints. Of course, in the method, you can say, okay, we conducted this study in SRK. But the title and the abstract should not mention that. Because everything your study must be done somewhere. But it should be, unfortunately, you will see some articles in Elsevier that does that, especially for China-based articles. And the reason why is because most of those Elsevier journals in China are owned by Chinese. Chinese has found a way of penetrating Elsevier by floating journal outlets. And that is why we've been advocating for TED-Fund. Nigerian organizations, your body, organization, your professional body should be able to float journals on Scopus. It's not difficult. Under Elsevier.
We have for Africa.
You have scientific Africa. You can actually, your institution, even because what is institutional based, we have because they know that you will do more work and they know that your profession has integrity. We have money methodology. We have MRS, material research science. It's an association, but they float their journal on Springer. And that's what the Chinese have done. So most of the times, because it's Chinese-based, and China knows that the more articles they have out there, the more their ranking goes high. That is why they're taking over virtually all of those journals. So that's why sometimes you will see studies that has name or locations, so passing through inside or scaling through publication for STP articles. But when it comes to your own, they will reject it. And that's why you have to look for ways to do that. So current trend favors titles to emphasize what So your title must have digital transformation, data governance, cyber security, educational info, because cyber security is a trending topic. Everything is on space. So once your topic has cyber security, chances of you getting published is high. So what it means is, if I want to now write my paper, I will write it around cyber security. Are we together? So most of the information will be, how does my paper address the issue of cyber security, support it or otherwise? Digital preservation, cloud native architectures, secure access controls, these are trending topics that you can tailor your research. So it's suggesting one, secure cloud-based digitization and the management of student records, a framework that does not make more sense. Instead of being limited to SRK, that sounds local. Look at this work, a framework for higher education digital transformation. It is something I want to do, but the topic is already catchy. I want to get that. Yes. These are what AI assists you with, to see the big picture of your research. So you don't see it as an SRK paper or SRK study, to what other higher institutions can benefit from. Number two, a suggestion, designing a secure cloud native framework for student record preservation and retrieval in higher education. Cloud native is a trending term. So once you use this word, it means your publication, your citation index potential is very high. Look at the third one, from paper archives to digital intelligence, a secure cloud framework for student record management. But for me, I don't like that one, from paper archives to digital intelligence. It sounds still local, but it can go well. So it's still better than what we had before. Number four, enhancing educational data governance through secure cloud-based student records management. So depending on the kind of person you are, you might flow with any of these five. But left to me, I will go with number one or number two. That is what I will go with. So you are allowed to. So in fact, he has also made his own choice, enhancing education. I think that's number what? Number one. Okay, that's number four. He also went to designing. That's he chose my number one, number two. So secure cloud. So, but again, he's not the owner of the work. It's me that owns the work. So, but it has given me 5 topics. I can match them. If I say, okay, I like this cloud native, I want it to be my number one. So I will say, okay, integrate cloud native. So whenever I say secure cloud based, I can change cloud based to what? Cloud native. So I can map 5 keywords from those 5 that I suggested to give me one single one. So that is for topic. So let's agree on topic. So if you are okay with the topic, I will say I'm going with I will say let's lock in topic 1. You can put it for emphasis. So he knows that that's what we are going with. Then I want to go back again. So you can see I'm still going back. So I'm going back to where we started from. You know, he came up with some stuff. I just picked the title. This was the first thing generated. I only look at the title. And we agreed on title. So we have agreed on title now. The next thing now is the introduction. This is what it has. It has a background. It wants us to discuss digital transformation and cloud computing. We start gap. So what I do when it comes to introduction, I develop them paragraph by paragraph. Hello. For paragraph 1, I like to start with a global perspective or definition of terms. You say, okay, cloud systems or digitization is ABC. I will say, okay, so I can say, I will tell it, let's develop introduction, 1 paragraph at a time. Of course, he has done his own. No, I might look at his own, I might not look at his own. I have my own style. I feel that the first thing anybody wants to know is understand what you are discussing at the first paragraph and link it to a global problem. So I will go ahead and say, let's develop the one paragraph at a time. Now, because if you develop multiple paragraphs, it will hallucinate. You will not be able to track it. So take it one paragraph per time. Of course, paragraph represents a thought now. So you make sure that that paragraph is well discussed extensively. So let's develop introduction one paragraph at a time. For the first paragraph, I want us to define key terms, support, then state how or state the global viewpoint of the problem, possible areas of applications, and even why the study is needed at this time. Also mention SDG goals supported by the study. Now, his own one is background. He said the importance of student records in higher education. Okay. I think that takes care of why this study is needed at this time. The role of records in academic institutions, challenges and care of human records. Well, it can also be there. You can also include them. If you feel you are okay with them, you can still pick this and add it to it and just copy the background. I want everything here to be in my paragraph 1. So let's see what it does for us. So it has seen that it has also agreed that for a Q1 paper, I would avoid mentioning Oscotec in the opening paragraph. Oscotec should not even appear in your introduction at all. Even if it's going to appear just once and in the methodology to show the location. Any other place, don't bring it at all. Otherwise, it will water you down your work. So we'll see what has written for me. Student records constitute a critical component of educational information systems, encompassing academic, administrative, financial, and personal data. Now, if you observe this thing, there is no reference, there's no citation here. So it's good for me that way. So if I want to cite a particular sentence, then I will just pick that sentence, go to cite space, and tell it, find me studies that support these statements. So that way you own the reference. You are sure the reference you are bringing is genuine. I can ask you to put reference, but it will hallucinate. I can be sure of that. So it's good in drafting. But when it comes to combining references, sometimes it makes mistakes. So don't stress yourself. Copy that statement. Go to Google AI mode or go to SciSpace. Type it there. It will give reference. Just tell it, find me studies that support this. And it will show you. So just read 1 or 2 and you are okay. Don't bother reading them. As long as it's the one giving it to you. Once you see the title and the subject, they make sense. You are okay.
That's
what I said you also check now. Check the title, check what it's giving. If they are the same and you just scan through the abstract, you are okay. So you don't need to go deeper. Because research, in fact, these days, in 2 weeks, I'm done with a paper for Q1. In 2 weeks. Before I used to spend 3 days, 5 days, but I got to some stage I needed to, because the more you work, the more you know, okay, you have to take your time in some areas. Because sometimes this single paragraph you have seen here, if I go through it, I will see, I can see, we can be on this one for 1 hour. We can be on this paragraph for 1 hour. Because the approach might not sound like me. So I will just now write what is in my own mind. and said, replace it here or insert it here. By the time it's done again, I will look at it and said, okay, but there are some that it will come out so fine. And say, okay, this is exactly what I want. And you can now begin to copy. If I don't copy, I type them out. And that's when we talk about the issue of AI. In fact, when it comes to similarity index, like the deputy director was asking, if AI writes for you, forget similarity index. It will not be zero, but something you don't need to paraphrase. It is when you copy from articles that you start paraphrasing. Look at the way you summarize that particular information, that paper in just one sentence. Look at the way you summarize when we did that concise speech system. In just one sentence for the whole article. It will not, you can't get that from that same article. So there's no way it would flag similarity index because it has been able to carefully summarize it well for you. So when it comes to similarity index and you write with AI, you might not actually have. But the major thing we have to say is forensical use of AI. Read what it has written for you. You own it. If the study appears to be result the fake or not correct, you will be penalized. So understand that before you push it out there, you are ready to accept whatever outcome that comes with it. You are convinced that what you are pushing out there is correct. And that's why one of the things that is easier to do is experimental studies. In fact, it will be because the data is your data. It will discuss basically what you have. It will not add to it or subtract from it. You will tell it, this is my data, this is what I got. In fact, even if your data is negative, you can tell it to suggest ways on how to argue that data for acceptance. It's not compulsory that can be positive now. It's not compulsory. If your data does not agree with others, just show us how it differs from them and back it up with literature findings or technical explanations. So that is what we have. So I don't know, time is not our friend. So I don't know if there are questions. Permit me to stop at this point. But as you use them, if you have any challenge, you have my details. You can reach out once in a while. And of course, the more you use it, the more you get better with it. Just keep using it. Just tell it your mind. Type your mind. Type what you are thinking about. And of course, before you know it, it will start responding to what you want. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. A round of applause. Also, really appreciate you for this extensive and detailed teaching and training. I'm very sure all impacted here. Many of us are happy. Because you are loaded, tired, and happy. We want to thank you, Dr. Ben Festus. We are happy that you came here to give us deep insight research, and we know that we are going to exploit all these things that we have learned. So please, I want to encourage all participants to lay your hands on these tools, use them, all right? Like I told you at the beginning of this workshop, that I never knew how to do graphics with AI. But somehow I just asked him and he said, do this, do this, do this. So please, whatever you are doing, paper, your research or whatever, you can keep asking questions. And then the group, the WhatsApp group that was created for this workshop is not going to end this workshop. The resource person is right there. You can send him questions, and you can send him questions, but make sure you pay him through me. Okay? All right. So because he has come here to do us a favor, in fact, we can't pay him for this. That's the truth. He was supposed to travel last week, but we had to delay him because of this problem. So he has done the whole work for us. So please, if you have questions, the WhatsApp group is there. You can put your questions there, and I'm very sure sure he will respond. He's a very good teacher, lecturer, professor of AI, and he's a father. He has a very large heart. I'm sure he will respond to our questions. You can also talk to him one-on-one, and he will respond. Now, the bank certificates, if you have not received yours, you can send your details to me. Don't put them on the platform. You send a message. Just send your details to me. Email address. The YouTube link is still there. So if you want to watch what has happened here again, you are free to log in and watch again and remind yourself of what we have been taught. So please, students, I want to encourage you, don't go home and sleep over it. So please, we all enjoyed the training and everything. Please, if you have not paid and you have not registered, and the admin section, we observe that some persons were uploading their pictures as receipts as small as 1,000 naira. Who were uploading pictures as receipts, and of course, the Google form will not reject, and so they are on the platform. So please, if you are in that category, try to do the needful. We are going to check. If you send your name and your email address, we will check. And if you find that you are such a person, we will remove you from the group. So please ensure your payments are made in any of the categories, please. And God will help us. Let's do the right thing so that AI will work for us. If you don't pay your money and you don't register, the AI will not work for you. It's not a cost. So that is that. So I don't know if you have the research committee, planning committee. If you have it, you don't have that. Here, chairman committee of things.
To apply all this application. No matter how long we say, we don't have those to install our system and start.
We can't.
So I want to invite us to see how we can collaborate together, buy these tools and share for use.
I bought that GPT. I'm looking for the person to share together. I'll share my link to this.
So that secondly, you need to start practicing. And thank God that the trainer is in the book. If you are having issues in any of those areas, you can quickly get across to you, and I know you will be ready to teach more. The trainer, we are still coming back to the institution one more time. The faculty of government is working to get across to you to work on of today's training. So it's going to be a continuous process get there. On behalf of the management and the administration of this program, to start community of knowledge, want to appreciate one of you for your attendance, your patience. It's one. I wish you send them back to the presentations.
Thank you. So, over to the chairman of the close the prayers.
Our Father, God, thank you for today. Thank you for this program. Appreciate you for everything that we have achieved so far. I will pray, Lord, Heavenly Father, of wisdom, that you interpret those things into our hearts in the mighty name of Jesus. I pray, Father, God, that as we begin to use this tool, it will be to our benefit in the mighty name of Jesus. As we go on our way, Father, God with us in the mighty name of Jesus. Keep us safe in the mighty name of Jesus. We pray, God, Father, that the situation of the country that is affecting every one of us has given us some headaches. Lord, Father, you want to rescue this country in the mighty name of Jesus. And all this that is not being of us, Lord, give them a change of mind in the name of Jesus. Now, to give the giver of peace, we pray, Father God, that you grant us peace in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Father. In God's mighty name.
So, thank you.
Thank